Chapter 400. It took 2 days for Jiang Changkong and Dark Dragon to gather all the bones. They left the spatial rift and returned to the Void Realm. There was no high-level star demon in the spatial rift, so there was no need to flatten it. Jiang Changkong and Dark Dragon returned to the secret chamber in the territory and pieced the bones together. There was a star map with some areas of the East Sea marked on it. Earth was among them. Brother Kong, look here. Earth is guarded by the youngest son of the East Sea region lord, who calls himself the East Sea Dragon King. Dark Dragon pointed at a star text and said, "It seems that Earth has a strong background." There were region lords in every corner of the world, but no one knew their exact strength. According to the star text, the East Sea Dragon King was just a king in the East Sea. However, because he was the youngest son of the East Sea region lord, he was the first Sea King. This Jiao Dragon King had a good relationship with the first Sea King, which was why he recorded it. However, if the youngest son is the first Sea King, what about the other sons? Dark Dragon muttered again. Jiang Changkong's heart skipped a beat. Back then, immortals and gods coexisted. The other descendants were most likely at the immortal level. Dark Dragon opened his mouth. That was possible. Let's not talk about that. Let's take a look at the 8th Sea King, Jiao Dragon King. Jiang Changkong continued to read the information. The 8th Sea King had a territory of more than 10 planets and was a near-god level existence. The territory was not very far for near-gods, but it would take a long time for them to find it. Fortunately, the route was clearly marked. However, after the war, the universe might have changed greatly. It would be difficult to find it easily and would take some time. Moreover, he could not be sure if others had found the homeland of the 8th Sea King. 8th Sea Palace, Jiao Dragon Palace, where the dragons went. Jiang Changkong read, "Immortals and gods had disappeared a long time ago. They no longer coexisted with mortals. Only those below the immortal level remained in the universe, and they were called mortals. As for the Dragon Clan, they disappeared without a trace. Jiao Dragon Palace hid the whereabouts of the dragons. Did that mean the whereabouts of immortals and gods? Brother Kong, I think we're going to be rich." Dark Dragon's eyes lit up. If they could really find it, would they be able to glimpse the immortal level? Let's go to the starry sky first. Putting the map away, Jiang Changkong said, "Don't tell anyone about this. Once we're out in the starry sky, we'll see how things go. If we're strong enough, we'll go treasure hunting. If not, we'll wait for Star Sage." "All right." The Abyss Dragon nodded. Jiang Changkong was now in the late stages of the Star Dao realm. He believed that once he reached the starry sky, he would soon reach the Star Saint realm. "By the way, Brother Long, on the way to the stars, I need your treasures to go into seclusion and comprehend the Dao body." Jiang Changkong voiced out his speculation. "If I succeed, I'll pass it on to you." "Little Brother Kong, isn't this too risky?" The Dark Dragon frowned slightly. "You are now invincible among your peers. Even the peak of Star Path might not be your match. Who has the leisure to be strong? Moreover, in the future, we might encounter opponents with 3 great Daos." Jiang Changkong smiled. When he succeeded, he would teach the other party a lesson. Not to say that 1 great Dao could beat 3 great Daos, but 3 great Daos could definitely crush them. The Dark Dragon could only say, "Then be careful. If there is anything wrong, immediately stop." Jiang Changkong nodded, brought the Dark Dragon, called Yinan, and headed for the Federation. Of the 5 days, 2 had already passed. With the remaining 3 days, he could go ahead and understand more about the situation in the stars. After contacting Hu Qinglan, Jiang Changkong appeared. "You came really fast. I just contacted you," Hu Qinglan said. "Let's go. I'll bring you to see Uncle Lu." 2 people and 1 dragon followed her into the building. Uncle Lu was watching the news, and seeing them arrive, he hurriedly stood up to welcome them. "Uncle Lu, this is Jiang Changkong. This is the Dark Dragon Yinan." Hu Qinglan introduced. "This is Lu Mu. I call him Uncle Lu." "Hello, Uncle Lu," Jiang Changkong said politely. This Uncle Lu was not weak, at the peak of the late stage of the star path. "Sit." The willow tree greeted. "Jiang Changkong, I have heard of your name almost every day in the starry heavens." "Uncle Lu, you must be joking. With my meager strength, how can I let you listen to me every day?" Jiang Changkong said with a smile. "Now in the stars, everyone knows about the genius you are, and they also know that you almost defeated the star demon in the depths of the stars." Lu Mu said with a smile, "All right, Uncle Lu, Changkong is here to inquire about the situation in the stars." Hua Qinglan changed the topic. "Let's talk to him about the situation in the stars." The stars are basically all Federation, and there are also top forces. Other than the Federation, there are basically high-level and top warriors. Lu Mu nodded and began to explain. All the major forces and Federation have built bases in the stars. In the stars, there are more star demon, and they were stronger. Some planets were full of star demon. Other than the completely dead planets, there were only 2 planets without any star demon or living beings: the moon and the sun. Since the great changes in the stars, some of the stars had also changed, and the sun's temperature was even more terrifying. The moon's cold air was even stronger. Even the sea family could not withstand the cold air and could not live in the moon. The nearby Saturn and Mars were also occupied by the star demon. Over the years, humans had wiped out many star demon before they could snatch these planets from the star demon. So, most of the star demon in the stars have been killed? Jiang Changkong asked. No, some top star demon still occupy some planets. Among the star demon, there are also near gods. Lu Mu explained. Also, you said that the Starry Sky Gate has limited our development. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. What's the situation with that gate? What has changed now? That gate suppresses the stars. No matter how we fly, in which direction, that gate will appear. Lu Mu said solemnly. Also, that gate is very strong. Near gods can't move it. Near gods can't move it? Jiang Changkong's expression froze. Yes, our guess is that it should be an immortal level gate. Lu Mu nodded. As for the gate's changes, we should know in 2 months. 2 months? That fast? Jiang Changkong was a little surprised. That group of space survivors have such advanced warships? The Federation's warships would need at least 9 months to reach the base near the Stargate. That group of survivors had just gotten the key. They contacted the near gods and came back to get the key, Lu Mu explained. With the speed of the near gods, they can get back in about a month. The Federation can even get this information? Jiang Changkong was even more surprised. The circle of near gods is only so big. They basically know everyone in the stars. Moreover, that group of space survivors claim to be creatures from other planets. They usually don't say a word about it. The Federation near gods are keeping an eye on them to prevent them from coming to the Void Realm and Earth. Lu Mu smiled and said, even if you didn't say anything about this, that group of survivors can forget about opening the gate quietly. Jiang Changkong suddenly understood and felt that it made sense after thinking about it. Near gods were too terrifying. They could easily destroy a planet. They were simply a time bomb. The Federation near gods must keep an eye on them to prevent them from coming to Earth. The same was true for the star demon near gods. Almost all of them went to space and were watched by the Federation. Chapter 401. Uncle Lu, does that mean our Federation is strong enough to destroy them? Jiang Changkong was slightly excited. The star demon and the star remnant were weaker than the Federation. Lu Mu shook his head. We can destroy them, but the price is too high. The Federation had more near gods than the star remnant and the star demon combined. But once the war started, even if they could destroy them, they would suffer heavy losses. Plus, it would affect Earth, which would be even more troublesome. They could only keep an eye on each other and not provoke each other, no matter how the people below fought to the death. The close gods did not interfere and did not fight. Jiang Changkong understood that he had to be wary of the Star Path Peak and the Star Sage level. He asked about the experts of these two levels. The Star Path Peak was also very powerful. Some Star Path Peak comprehended their own Tao and were infinitely close to the Star Sage level. Of course, the Star Sage level was not that common. The entire Federation only had a few dozen Star Sage martial artists. As for the near gods, Lu Mu didn't say how many there were. Star Sage martial artists could already suppress a part of the galaxy. Near gods roamed the galaxy and were almost invincible unless they met near gods of the same level. For the next 3 days, Jiang Changkong asked about the situation in the galaxy. Starlight shot into the sky. 20 battleships opened their gates to let them in. Remember to stay alive when encountering a starry storm. Don't be impulsive. If you can survive, don't feel guilty. Just run away. No one will blame you for not saving them. In front of the battleship, Lu Mu warned Jiang Changkong with a serious expression. Once encountering a starry storm, it would be a miracle to escape without a Star Sage, let alone save them. Moreover, there were no Star Saint Martialists in their expedition this time. There were only a few dozen Star Sages, and they all had to guard the galaxy. No one had time to guard the battleship. Other than Jiang Changkong, the expeditionary force this time only had 2 Peak Star Tao experts overseeing it. Uncle Lu, I will be careful. Plus, it's not easy to encounter a starry storm. Jiang Changkong smiled and entered the battleship with Abyss Dragon and Yi Nan. Some people would not encounter a starry sky storm even after several expeditions. For some people, they would meet in a single expedition. It all depended on their luck. Inside the warship, there were more than 100 rooms. There were 2,000 people on this expedition. Expeditionary warriors, please board the battleship quickly and enter your rooms. The battleship will depart in 30 minutes. An electronic voice rang out, and everyone entered their respective rooms. Jiang Changkong entered his room. The Abyss Dragon opened the treasure and went to its room. Jiang Changkong took a deep breath and went into seclusion in his room. There was a sign on the door saying, "Seclusion, do not disturb." The other martial artists were basically the same as him. After entering, they entered secluded cultivation. 9 months to a year was just a short period of closed-door cultivation for this group of cultivators. There was also food. If you wanted to eat, you could go out and eat. But at their level, not eating or drinking was no longer a problem. As for the Abyss Dragon, it had always been a veteran shut in. With a computer, if there was nothing to do, it could shut in for 100 years. Half an hour later, the battleship deactivated and turned into a beam of starlight. It rushed out of the void realm and entered the expedition. The speed of these battleships was faster than Jiang Changkong's. They were all star-level battleships. However, these battleships were transport battleships. When it came to combat, they were not as good as professional battleships. They only knew that there were star-level battleships, but there were not many of them. The specific number was kept a secret. They were close to God level, but there were too few materials to build one. The battleship entered the vast starry sky. The expedition finally began. Inside the room, Jiang Changkong used the Abyss Dragon's treasure to comprehend his own great path. That's right, he was comprehending his own great path, not the normal great path of the stars. He wanted to engrave his own Tao pattern on his body and integrate it with his body. The first thing he comprehended was the great path of strength. If he could bear it, his defense and strength would probably be even more terrifying. In the vast starry sky, 20 battleships quickly traveled on a certain route. A month later, Jiang Changkong had some ideas. He studied the stars he cultivated and observed the Tao patterns on them. The Tao patterns on the stars were condensed into the Tao mark between his eyebrows. 2 months later, Jiang Changkong found a suitable bearing mark for himself and began to engrave it. Intense pain came again. This time, the pain was even more intense. Even he groaned. Engraving the great path with his body meant suffering the pain of the great path. Fortunately, Jiang Changkong had a strong endurance and persevered. Although it was painful, the reward was gratifying. His body no longer had Taoist rhymes. Instead, it was like some top-grade star rays, flowing with pure Great Path imprints. The Great Path imprints integrated into every part of his body, every inch of his flesh and blood. There was also a trace of Great Path imprints in the star power. The Tao body he pursued was a world in a grain of sand, and a drop of star power turned into a star. It was done. As he continued to engrave, the Tao patterns in Jiang Changkong's body became stronger and stronger, and the star power became more and more terrifying. His own strength and single attribute were not much worse than the previous 3 major star bodies, among those of the same level. Even if Jiang Changkong only used the star power of one martial art, he could be said to be invincible. Another half a month passed. Jiang Changkong had engraved 70% of the Great Path of Strength in his body. A powerful Tao aura spread out, and the room shook slightly, showing signs of being deformed. This warship could withstand the impact of the peak of the star path, but now it could not bear his body. Jiang Changkong quickly retracted his Tao aura, returned to normal, and continued to engrave the Tai Chi Great Path. He was very satisfied with the increase in his strength. It was more terrifying than he had imagined. One attribute could also allow him to kill enemies above his level. With his previous experience, Jiang Changkong completed the engraving one day earlier this time. His strength became more and more terrifying. In his flesh and blood, Tao patterns crisscrossed, forming a Great Path body. Then the Soul Great Path, the Moon Great Path, the Sun Great Path. However, just like before, Jiang Changkong could not use all 7 great paths at once. At most, he could use 4, then 3. When he was engraving the Great Path of Soul, Jiang Changkong discovered that there was a mysterious connection between his soul and body. However, this connection was very weak, and Jiang Changkong could not figure it out, so he could only give up for now. When the last Great Path was completed, Jiang Changkong quickly retracted his strength, not daring to leak any of it. If he used all his strength, this warship would definitely not be able to bear it. Looking at the time, for months had passed. Jiang Changkong spent another 2 days stabilizing his cultivation before he opened the door and went to find the Abyss Dragon. "Brother Kong, you finally came out of seclusion. How was it?" The Abyss Dragon opened the door, welcomed him in, and asked hurriedly. "Of course it was a success. Brother Dragon, go into seclusion." Jiang Changkong returned the treasure to him, pointed with a finger, and passed the research and insights to the Abyss Dragon. The Abyss Dragon received the information and could not wait to go into seclusion. Jiang Changkong did not disturb him. He was in a good mood after successfully condensing his Tao body. He went to the warship's dining hall, and there were only 4 martial artists eating. "Lord Jiang." When they saw him arrive, the martial artist stood up. "There is no need to be so polite. I am here to eat." Jiang Changkong said. A martial artist quickly fetched some food. "Are all of you the chefs of this warship?" Jiang Changkong sat down and asked. "You can say so. However, no one is eating, so we can only be considered part-time chefs." A martial artist smiled. "Our job is to maintain the warship and prevent problems from happening." "Right, Lord Jiang, Tian Hung wants to talk to you. Are you going to pick it up?" Chapter 402. Tian Hung. Jiang Changkong remembered this person. He was from Heavenly Star Budokai. Back then, he had joined the Wasteland Reclamation War to verify whether or not he had learned the soul-killing formation from Hua Tianrui. At that time, he had even promised to give him the position of vice chairman. "Yes," the warrior said, "we received a message when we just arrived. We wanted to inform you, but you were in seclusion, so we didn't disturb you." "Then, let's contact each other." Jiang Changkong smiled. Since he was in a good mood, he decided to chat with him and see what he was up to. After a while, Jiang Changkong couldn't contact them, so he chatted with them. The 4 warriors were all members of the alliance. The weakest was at peak star embryo realm, while the strongest was at mid-star body realm. They basically worked in the warship to maintain it. They were also chefs and could be considered logistics personnel. They were called Jing Hai, Lin Tao, Du Xian, and Wang Ruiwen. Only after they finished their meal did Tian Heng's call connect. Lord Jiang, long time no see. A star power screen was formed and Tian Hen appeared on it. Jiang Chongkong smiled. Indeed, long time no see. Why are you contacting me? Lord Jiang should know about it, so I won't hide it from you. Hua, Tianrui. Tian Heng said, back then, Heavenly Star Budokai received a favor from this person. I have been searching for him, but found nothing. That is, until I met Chang Kaishang. You are not being honest. Hua, Tianrui, was the Flower Ocean Queen, a near-god level expert. Jiang Chongkong retracted his smile. She died many years ago, and I obtained some inheritances from the ruins. How did you receive her favor? I won't hide it from Lord Jiang. Tian Heng is telling the truth. A few hundred years ago, Heavenly Star Budokai faced a calamity. Senior Hua, Tianrui, passed by and saved Heavenly Star Budokai. Tian Heng had a sincere expression. All these years we have been searching for her to repay her favor. Jiang Chongkong frowned. A few hundred years ago. Hua, Tianrui came out a few hundred years ago. Then, why didn't she take back her soul in the void world? Moreover, Hua Tianrui could save people? I just got some inheritance. I can't find Hua Tianrui. Jiang Chongkong shook his head. This. Tian Heng was slightly stunned and disappointed. Jiang Chongkong looked indifferent and said, Go find her yourself. Besides, I'm not familiar with Hua Tianrui. I only got the incomplete inheritance. I destroyed a part of her soul, and you want me to look for her? To hell with it. If I don't get close enough to meet her, I won't have any confidence. Hua Tianrui had saved Budokai in the starry sky hundreds of years ago. Only the heavens knew how much her strength had recovered. However, it wasn't necessarily dangerous. Although Jiang Chongkong didn't know what these people were up to, he knew that he wasn't in any danger. But he was sure of one thing, and that was that there were two near gods standing behind him. His body was close to divinity. His soul was close to divinity. No matter how strong Hua Tianrui was, she had to respect these two. There were pros and cons to this, although this brand allowed him to be found by the two near gods. But with the brand of these two near gods, those who were familiar with him would give him face. Just like the Mermaid King, when he saw the soul brand, he gave him face and did not make things difficult for him. After hanging up the communication, Jiang Chongkong sat at the side. Jing Hai walked to the side and said, Lord Jiang, if you have nothing to do, you can take a seat in the viewing cabin. Viewing cabin? Jiang Chongkong was curious. What is that place? It's a place to see the starry sky. In the viewing cabin, you can see the places where the battleships pass by. Then I'll go take a look. Jiang Chongkong followed Jing Hai to the viewing cabin. Outside the crystal barrier was the endless starry sky. Jing Hai poured him a cup of tea and sat at the side. The other three also came. In the starry sky, some of the stars were extremely dilapidated. Some only had half, and some only had 1/3 left. Back then, the starry sky had a great battle, and it ended up like this. Jing Hai sighed and said, I really don't know how developed the starry sky was back then. Jiang Chongkong sighed softly. It should be near gods everywhere, and immortals and gods are like dogs. Lord Jiang, you must be joking. The starry sky is so big, and if we counted it all, there would be near gods everywhere. I believe that immortals and gods are like dogs, but I don't believe that we haven't found any clues about immortals and gods until now. Jing Hai and the other three laughed. Jiang Chongkong did not say much. In the era where immortals and mortals coexisted, it was possible that immortals and gods were like dogs. However, that era had already passed, and no one knew what had happened. The damaged stars outside had also turned into dead regions, and there were no living beings. Time passed, and the battleship continued to travel through the starry sky. Jiang Changkong did not go anywhere, and he just sat in the viewing cabin. When they passed by some stars that he recognized, he would take a look. However, some of them exploded, and some of them turned into dead regions. The battleship did not dare to get close. Rumble! Suddenly, the battleship shook violently and the world spun. The battleship was continuously pushed away. In the distance, there was originally half a star, but under the impact of a mighty force, it turned into dust and disappeared. Even some of the intact stars had cracks on them. What happened? Jiang Changkong hurriedly walked out of the viewing cabin, and all the martial artists on the battleship walked out. Everyone, pay attention. Don't panic. It's just an unknown force that attacked the star region, and the battleship has suffered some damage. Jing Hai's voice sounded. We need half a month to repair the battleship. We will find a nearby star to land on, so please don't wander around. As his voice faded, the battleship flew towards a nearby dead star. The other 19 battleships were also damaged, and they needed to be repaired. Jiang Changkong's expression was solemn, and he understood Jing Hai's words. The unknown force had attacked the star region, and not the battleship. Moreover, the viewing cabin could see that some of the stars had turned into dust. Lord Jiang! Wang Ruiwen ran over with a solemn expression. Lord Jiang, you are the strongest in this battleship. If there is any danger later, please help. What happened? Jiang Changkong asked. We don't know either. A force has affected this region. Wang Ruiwen's expression was solemn. Our long-distance communication system is damaged, and we can't contact the Federation for now. All right, when we land, I will go down and take a look first, Jiang Changkong said after some thought. Thank you, Lord Jiang. I will report this to the Federation, and thank you for your kindness. Wang Ruiqing hurriedly expressed his gratitude. I am also a member of the Federation, and the Federation has treated me well. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Go and do what you need to do. Jiang Changkong said warmly. Wang Ruiwen left, and Jiang Changkong went to find the Abyss Dragon. The commotion just now had given the Abyss Dragon a fright. Brother Kong, what happened just now? You scared Brother Dragon to death, the Abyss Dragon said with lingering fear. I was preparing to carve the Tao body, and I almost injured myself. An unknown force has affected this star region. I will go out and take a look later. Jiang Changkong said, If there is an accident, Brother Dragon, please guard the battleship. I will go with you, the Abyss Dragon said. It is just a dead star, and there shouldn't be any danger. I alone will be enough. Jiang Changkong knew that the Abyss Dragon was concerned about him. However, although there were star paths in this battleship, they were inferior to the Abyss Dragon. If there was another accident, the Abyss Dragon could stay and deal with it. Chapter 403. It was a cracked planet with no signs of life and endless darkness. Even high-level martial artists could not see more than 100 meters away. Under the impact of the energy just now, although the planet did not turn into powder, it was cracked. Countless cracks covered the planet. Some places were on the verge of collapsing, almost breaking away from the planet and floating into space. 20 battleships arrived and hovered above the planet. They were not in a hurry to land. Rays of light radiated and spread across the entire planet. Wang Ruiwen walked over with a serious expression. Lord Jiang, the situation is not good. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this planet? Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. According to the detection, this planet is already dead, and the Tao has dissipated. In other words, there is no Tao power or star power here. Once you go out, you can only rely on your own star power. After you use it, you can't draw power from the planet to recover. Wang Ruiwen's expression was serious. We can only provide you with 10 bottles of peak 10th grade recovery medicine. 10 bottles is a lot. Jiang Changkong relaxed and said, but it can't be recovered. We need more information for the specific situation. Wait a moment. Wang Ruiwen fell silent after saying that. Jiang Changkong and him waited patiently. Not long after, Wang Ruiwen received feedback and said again, there is a new situation. There is an aura of Tao inside the planet. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. In other words, all the Tao power has been withdrawn into the planet? Yes, we have encountered this situation a few times. It is the planet's self-protection mechanism. Wang Ruiwen nodded and explained, when a planet encounters irresistible destruction, all the Tao and power will shrink into the planet's core, waiting to evolve again. Is there any danger in this situation? No. Under normal circumstances, if we don't touch the planet's core, there will be no danger. Wang Ruiwen quickly replied, however, our consumption may be 10 times or more than usual, because the shrinking Tao will absorb all the power in the planet to evolve itself, including us. I will be careful. Jiang Changkong nodded. Under such circumstances, 10 bottles of medicine was indeed a little too little, especially since he had 8 martial arts and abundant energy. In addition, he had just cultivated the Taoist body, so the consumption was even greater. However, going down to take a look at the situation and finding a landing spot shouldn't consume too much energy. Wang Ruiwen passed the medicine and the communicator to Jiang Changkong. Ka-ka! The hatch gradually opened. Jiang Changkong waved his hand and stepped out. As for the other warships, some warriors also came out to investigate the situation like him. Shrouded in endless darkness, Jiang Changkong stood high in the sky, not feeling the slightest bit of gravity. This planet was already dead. Only its core and great Tao were left, waiting to be reborn. Gravity naturally didn't exist. However, there was a mysterious force trying to absorb his astral power and the aura of the Great Path. In the next moment, dense Tao patterns appeared on the surface of Jiang Changkong's body, and the great Tao of force automatically appeared. The suction force immediately disappeared, no longer absorbing power. My Tao body should not be inferior to a planetary core. Jiang Changkong felt slightly satisfied. The great Tao he bore was almost the same as a star core. The consumption was the same as usual, which was a relief to him. Descending from the sky, Zhang Xian scanned the area with a soul perception and found the other cultivators. The astral power of the rest of the warriors was depleting quickly. Some warriors in armor were also losing their astral power. Moreover, the speed was terrifying, more than 10 times faster than before. However, the energy in their armors was enough to last a few hours, which was enough for them to investigate. He landed quickly. There was no living creature in the darkness. Jiang Changkong stepped on the pitch-black soil. The speed of astral power absorption was even faster here. With a thought, Jiang Changkong sent a voice transmission to the other warriors. Don't come down. The speed of astral power absorption is very fast. You guys go up. Thank you, Lord Jiang. The other warriors sent a voice transmission, but they didn't leave. But the situation here is weird. Lord Jiang, let's stay. We can take care of each other. The warships are investigating. There's no danger. It's just the consumption of astral power. Too many people is just a waste of astral power, Jiang Changkong replied. All right, then be careful, Lord Jiang. What's that? A terrified cry came. Jiang Changkong's expression changed. He sent his soul power out, but there was nothing. What happened just now? Jiang Changkong asked. I don't know. I only saw a black shadow flash behind me. A warrior replied. The warship didn't detect any life waves, but there was indeed another astral power wave around you just now. The warship glowed, and a voice came immediately. Everyone come up immediately. We will change to another planet to rest. Let's go. The warriors immediately flew into the sky, planning to return to the warship. Jiang Changkong didn't linger and flew up. Chi-chi. Some sparks suddenly appeared in the endless darkness. Black shadows flashed past, and sparks appeared on the Starpath armor. Jiang Changkong's clothes were also torn, but there were no wounds on his body. He felt that he was attacked by something. But this thing wasn't that powerful and couldn't break through his Taoist body's defense. However, his soul power couldn't detect the other party at all. When he attacked, that thing disappeared. It disappeared into thin air without leaving a trace. Everyone, hurry up. This thing is a bit strange. Jiang Changkong transmitted his voice to the warriors. He flashed to the celestial body warriors and enveloped them with astral power before flying up. He had to bring them along so that he could return quickly. In the darkness, things kept attacking, but Jiang Changkong still couldn't see anything. After sending the warriors onto the warship, Jiang Changkong returned to his own warship. Lord Jiang, did you see what was below? Wang Ruiwen asked. No, that thing is very strange. Even soul power can't detect it. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Let's go. Leave this place immediately. Wang Ruiwen transmitted to the others in the Federation. Jiang Changkong was one of the strongest warriors here. If he couldn't even see what it was, they naturally couldn't stay here. The warship started up. Wang Ruiwen's expression changed slightly. Lord Jiang, I just got the data. When you were attacked, there was the power of the Great Tao. You're saying that this star is attacking us. Jiang Changkong was surprised. We didn't touch this star core, right? I'm not sure. Maybe the impact just now startled the star core. Wang Ruiwen said. Jiang Changkong looked at the hole on his clothes. This looks like a living creature's claw. There were 3 cracks, as if they were made by sharp claws. However, the power of the Great Tao could also cause it. He didn't think too much about it. Boom! In the distance, 2 warships suddenly shook. Jiang Changkong and Wang Ruiwen's expressions changed. The warship's door flew out and floated in the air. Warriors fainted in the darkness. The astral power in their bodies was quickly dissipating. Something followed us in just now. Jiang Changkong's expression was gloomy. Was this really the power of the Great Tao? The damaged warship didn't move anymore. It floated there and didn't descend. Of the 18 warships, some of them shook but soon calmed down. They continued flying into the starry sky. Dong dong! Something seemed to be knocking on the warship. The entire warship was shaking. A sharp claw that looked like 3 long sabers appeared at the window of the warship. It moved with all its might, trying to open the warship. Chapter 404. A planet that was supposed to be dead actually had life forms. Furthermore, they were strange and couldn't be seen clearly. Martial artists, please take note. An accident has occurred. Please prepare for battle. Martial artists, please take note. Please prepare for battle. The situation is unclear. Please prepare for battle. Conserve star power and prevent unnecessary consumption. Jing Hai's voice resounded throughout the warship. Open the hatch, Jiang Changkong said coldly. I will go out and see what these things are. Wang Ruiwen said solemnly, Lord Jiang, this place is too strange. We plan to fly out at full speed. What about those 2 warships? Jiang Changlu pointed at the 2 warships in the distance. He didn't know what was going on inside. Lord Jiang, have you forgotten Lord Lu Mu's instructions? It is a miracle that you are still alive. You can't be merciful or merciful when you encounter an accident in space. Wang Ruiwen said solemnly and patted Jiang Changkong's shoulder. The warships can stop them. Our 18 warships can leave. Open it. I will go out and take a look. Jiang Changkong said expressionlessly. They can't harm the warships. They can't harm me either. Lord Jiangyu, open it. I will use great Tao power to protect it and won't let anything in. Jiang Changkong raised his palm and great Tao power covered the hatch. All right, but you have to follow closely. Wang Ruiwen had no choice but to open the hatch. The moment the hatch opened, the strange life form charged in and slammed into the great Tao power. This was a humanoid creature, only its arms and limbs were all sharp blades like blades and swords. Bang! It turned into a blood mist. Green blood was left at the hatch. Jiang Changkong stepped out of the battleship. In the void, there were countless strange life forms surrounding the battleship, densely packed and seemingly endless. Lord Jiang, be careful. According to the detection, the great Tao of this planet is recovering. Wang Ruiwen's voice came from the communicator. The warship is filled with those strange life forms. I will go take a look at the two warships. Jiang Changkong turned into a beam of light and charged towards the two warships. The two warships were filled with strange life forms. They were like locusts covering the sky and land. Great Sunday. Jiang Changkong pointed a finger, and a great sun hung in the void, shining through the darkness. Rumble. The sunlight shone like stars, and the patterns of the great path were faintly discernible in the sunlight. One drop of star power, one star. Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the strange creatures were melting. Jiang Changkong controlled the great sun and did not damage the battleship. The living beings dissipated, and Jiang Changkong charged into the battleship. There was a battle going on inside. A group of martial artists was fighting desperately against strange creatures. Star Path martial artists could kill a group of living beings the moment they made a move. However, some of these beings had actually reached the Star Tao level and were not slow in killing their people. Of the 100 or so martial artists, only 20 or so were left, and they were still bitterly resisting. Jiang Changkong could easily detect these living beings when they manifested themselves. The divine driving art swept out and enveloped the other battleship. The great Tao of the soul directly wiped out the living beings in the warship. Roar! With a low roar, a Star Tao living being charged at Jiang Changkong. Its 4 limbs were as sharp as blades, and they carried terrifying starlight. Jiang Changkong's body did not move, and a formless force swept past, causing the Star Tao living being to explode. The rest of the Star Demon also turned into green blood mist. Jiang Changkong was slightly surprised. A jade bone flew out from the Star Tao living being. The great Tao power was dense, and the Tao patterns were densely covered. Essence, energy, and spirit. 100, unable to be extracted. The other living beings also had some jade bones, but they were too small and useless to him. Thank you, Lord Jiang. The martial artists hurriedly went up and cupped their hands. No need to thank me. I will go take a look elsewhere. Jiang Changkong turned and left. On the other battleship, the martial artists were fighting, but the strange creatures were all stopped, and they immediately exploded into blood mist. In the darkness, the great sun hung high in the sky. Rays of sunlight shone in all directions, and all the strange creatures were dissipating. The great Tao revived, and the dead stars started to restart. The heaven and earth also recovered a bit, and colorful clouds appeared in the sky. Energy was also recovering, and new shoots broke out of the ground. The cracked ground was slowly healing, and some water appeared on the dry land. Rumble! In the sky, there was the sound of thunder, and dark clouds surged as lightning flashed. Roar! Shocking roars came from below, and one strange creature after another crawled out from the cracks below, landing on the ground. Looking at the sun in the sky, these creatures kept roaring. Swoosh, swoosh! The sound of air being torn could be heard, and figures soared into the sky. Their target was still the warship and Jiang Changkong. They are really courting death. Jiang Changkong snorted coldly, and the great sun released thousands of starlight, and each starlight was like a small planet. Rumble! A terrifying mushroom cloud bloomed on this star, and destruction descended on this planet once again. Roar! With a roar, a monstrous aura surged, and the dense power of the great Tao spread out like sharp blades. Jiang Changkong did not dodge, and he allowed the sharp blades to fall. Clang! The sharp blades landed on Jiang Changkong's body, but he was not injured at all. A tyrannical force rebounded, and the sharp blades broke. Jiang Changkong grabbed the strange creature's neck, and his eyes shone with a demonic light. Soul search! Images appeared in his mind, and Jiang Changkong finally understood what was going on with these creatures. A bunch of pests of the great Tao, or rather, they were parasites of the great Tao. Of course, this was not a true Tao fusion, but a parasite of the great Tao to absorb its power. After the war, this star was almost destroyed. The creatures here did not dare to walk out of the starry sky. A group of people at the peak of the star, Tao did not study the Star Sage realm, but found another way to parasitize the great Tao. They merged into the great Tao, which was somewhat similar to Tao fusion, except that Tao fusion was to complete the great Tao, while they were parasites. The great Tao existed forever, and there was almost no limit to life. Even if it was destroyed, as long as the star core and the great Tao existed, it could repeat. These creatures were waiting for the great Tao to repeat, and the impact from before had alarmed them. And because they were parasites and absorbed the power of the great Tao, the power of this star was decreasing, and it could not repeat. Jiang Changkong and the others came. They wanted to obtain power and keep them here forever. And because these creatures were parasites and absorbed the great Tao, they began to evolve towards the great Tao, cultivating part of the Tao body and condensing Tao bones. The jade bones he obtained were Tao bones. These creatures appeared and attacked them, causing the great Tao of this star to revive. But if he could not keep them here and replenish their power, after this star would probably die completely and the star core might collapse. After seeing these images, Jiang Changkong's eyes turned cold. In that case, I'll kill all these pests. The blazing sun kept shedding divine light, and large numbers of creatures turned into ashes. This time, Jiang Changkong held back a bit and preserved the Tao bones. Like a small asteroid colliding, the star started to crack again. In the starry sky, fireworks bloomed and sunlight rushed into the sky, and the lightning also dissipated. Lord Jiang, you've already opened a path, we can go. Wang Ruiwen's voice came from the communication device. Jiang Changkong replied, "You guys wait outside first. I'll catch up after I kill these bugs." Wang Ruiwen, are you saying that you want to flatten this star? Chapter 405. I said, let there be light. Jiang Changkong's voice spread across the entire planet. In an instant, the sun released endless starlight, illuminating every corner of the planet. Even underground, the sunlight still pierced through, and everywhere it passed, there was only destruction. Roar! Shocking roars resounded again. Many terrifying figures appeared, and the aura of the great Tao was extremely dense. It surpassed 70% of the great Tao. The terrifying existences at the peak of the star path had finally appeared, and there were more than 100 of them. Perfect! I'll use you guys to practice. Jiang Changkong punched out, shaking the peak of the star path head-on. Clang! With a loud sound, majestic Tao might surged in all directions, shattering the void. Two figures were forced back at the same time. With the late-stage star path, great Tao of strength, it was even stronger than the peak of the star path. Roar! The other peak of the star path covered the sky and earth, bringing with them a monstrous Tao might. At this time, the battleship had already rushed out of the planet. The two damaged battleships were also put away by them, and the martial artists were all on the other battleships. A screen was projected, and it showed the scene of Jiang Changkong's battle. Many martial artists looked at the barrier in shock. More than 100 peak of the star path. This planet is actually so terrifying. The terrifying one is Lord Jiang, okay? Didn't you see? He is not afraid at all. But with more than 100 of them attacking together, I'm afraid. Oh my God! Too terrifying is this Lord Zhang's strength. On the screen, Jiang Changkong's punch landed, and a peak of the star path exploded. The terrifying essence, qi, smoke, rushed out of the planet and into the starry sky. The 8 martial arts all turned into the indestructible golden body star power. His body expanded, turning into a 1,000-meter-tall giant, and his strength doubled again. The void could not bear it, and a large area of the void was annihilated, turning into nothingness. His body was densely covered with Tao patterns of strength. He is probably 1,000 meters tall, right? The martial artists were shocked. My little brother is so terrifying. The Abyss Dragon's eyes flashed, and it was very excited. Looking at the Tao patterns on Jiang Changkong's body, it became even more determined to form a Tao body. It was too terrifying. Its 1,500-meter-tall body was like a small loach in front of Jiang Changkong. Every move could destroy the heavens and the earth, and the star path collapsed. A formless force spread out, melting everything. The entire star disappeared in a large area. Those peak star path life forms could not break his defense. The power of the great path could not shake the golden body. Jiang Changkong could kill enemies of a higher level with just his strength alone. Every bit of power was pure great Tao, overbearing 70% of the great Tao. Even if it was a 100% great Tao, how many attacks could it withstand? Some ordinary peak star Tao were no different from ants in front of Jiang Changkong. Roar! An earth-shattering roar sounded again, and another 3 figures stepped out. The auras of these 3 figures were extremely strong, faintly showing signs of surpassing the peak of the star path. This is a martial artist who has walked his own path and is infinitely close to becoming a star saint. Within the worship, there was a solemn atmosphere. Lord Jiang, I'm afraid it's dangerous. Quick, inform Brother Kong. Don't damage the corpse. This corpse is delicious, the Abyss Dragon said excitedly. Everyone, don't mess around. These are 3 existences that are infinitely close to becoming star saints. And you still want to eat them? In the image, the 10,000-foot-tall figure changed. Half of its body was dark gold, while the other half was transparent. Black and white yin and yang Tao patterns covered his entire body. The Tai Chi Great Tao. Facing these 3, Jiang Changkong felt a dangerous aura. If he only used the Force Great Tao, he might be at a disadvantage. Roar! The 3 strange beings carried a monstrous Tao might, faintly suppressing Jiang Changkong's Great Tao. Jiang Changkong still punched. Boom! The fist that was formed by the convergence of 3 great Taos shattered everything, like a sharp blade of annihilation. One of the beings exploded, and its body quickly healed as it was stepped under Jiang Changkong's feet, suppressed by the 3 great Taos. The 3 Tao patterns on the surface of his body shone, and his 3 great Tao bodies emitted boundless starlight. The ancient aura of the great Tao and the mysterious Tao patterns automatically manifested and spread in the void. At this moment, Jiang Changkong was like an eternal great Tao. Brother Dragon, you're right. The martial artist swallowed. This combat power, Star Saint? With a palm, another being was smashed into a meat patty. The 3 beings that were infinitely close to becoming Star Saints did not even cause a ripple. An invisible force spread, and the shattering stars stopped. All the destructive power was forcefully suppressed. There were no longer any living beings on the ground, only corpses and jade bones. Some faint souls were merging with the world. Some of the dead creatures reappeared, parasitizing the great Tao. As long as the power of the great Tao was not extinguished, the soul would not die and could exist forever. A small dark green tree rose, and countless roots spread out, devouring the souls. Under the soul-stabilizing tree, all the souls turned into nourishment, allowing it to grow quickly. 1 person to destroy a star, even though this is a broken star. Lord Zhang's strength, even if he is not as strong as a star saint, he is close. The martial artists on the 18 warships were all excited. With him here, we just need to be careful this time. There should not be any big problems in the future. The martial artists said excitedly. A day later, the last soul was devoured. The soul-stabilizing tree was almost 4 meters tall. Sinking into his body, Jiang Chongkong touched the communicator. The danger has been resolved. Come down. This place is temporarily having a final radiance, and it will not absorb star power. There was no hope for the star, unless someone took the initiative to inject power into the star core of the star. But this power was too great, and even Jiang Chongkong could not bear it. The warship landed, and Jiang Chongkong's body returned to normal. The abyss dragon rushed out immediately, opened Yellow Spring, and absorbed the corpses. Brother Dragon, keep this. Jiang Chongkong took out the jade bones and said, You guys keep this too. This thing was similar to star crystals. He did not know how many he had destroyed this time, but it was not a small harvest. There were tens of thousands of star Tao level ones, and only a few at the peak. The star saint level was hard to count and needed to be scanned. Lord Jiang, this thing is a great Tao. The martial artists looked at the jade bones and said in shock, Yes, these beings live in the great Tao, struggling at death's door. Jiang Chongkong explained, It was precisely because of this parasitism that their development was limited. If they did not live as parasites but entered the galaxy, then these beings could definitely become a powerful force. Even the last 3 killed would not only be infinitely close to star saints, but at least star saints. They might even be close to God level. Unfortunately, the beings of this star were scared out of their wits when they fought in the galaxy. They did not dare to set foot in the galaxy and wanted to live in the great Tao. Compared to them, the ignorant were fearless on Earth. They did not experience the great Tao, but they had the courage to pursue it. The martial artists looked excited and hurried to collect the jade bones. Lord Jiang, can you let us imprint a copy of this thing? A martial artist said, We only want these great Tao patterns, not anything else. Sure. Jiang Chongkong nodded. These were the most primitive great Tao, which was equivalent to exposing the great Tao and imprinting it. It was much better than star arrays. Even without the jade bones, just comprehending these great Tao patterns would be a great harvest. What Jiang Chongkong needed was essence, qi, and spirit. He would not lose any of these patterns, even if he gave them a copy, so he was generous. These beings were basically all high level and had jade bones. The great Tao patterns were also of great help to high-level martial artists. Once these great Tao patterns were transmitted back, it would be of great help to Earth's martial arts. Chapter 406. If possible, Jiang Chongkong wanted to turn this place into a breeding ground. However, he needed to invest energy to maintain the star core and let these beings grow. Even the Earth Federation couldn't afford such a huge expenditure. It could only be harvested in one go. Half a month later, the warship was repaired and set sail again. Jiang Chongkong's Tao bones were also dealt with. Low grade, rank 9, 8 million. Middle grade, 6 million. High grade, 1, 5 million. High grade, 800,000. Low grade, rank 10, 50,000. Middle grade, 10,000. High grade, 5,000. High grade, 165. Essence, energy, and spirit, 285. 560. 6 million. After all, this was a star. Furthermore, it was a parasite. There were almost no weaklings among these beings. Unfortunately, this group of people would only be like this for the rest of their lives. He had already perfected 2 martial arts. He would first perfect 6 martial arts, and then step into the peak of the star Tao. The abyss dragon needed it for its seclusion. It already knew how to carve it and would be able to come out soon. The warship team had already contacted the Federation and found out what was going on. The Stargate opened. A mighty force rushed out when the Stargate opened. The 2 near gods of the Star Remnant natives and the Star Demon were heavily injured on the spot. Their injuries were also very serious. Without large amounts of near-God grade medicine, they would probably need to rest for hundreds of years. As for near-God grade medicine, sorry, even a bottle was a rare item, and they wanted large amounts. For this matter, the Federation was grateful to Jiang Changkong. He was very wise to hand over the key. Otherwise, the ones injured would be the near gods of Earth. As for the near god of the Star Demon, it was completely unlucky. It followed along and was affected. Its injuries weren't light at all. It could only blame itself. Other than the near gods, the Star Saint martial artist also died. A few Star Dao martial artists also died. Not to mention the high-level martial artists. Opening a gate resulted in heavy losses. The Earth Federation almost died from laughter. Moreover, Jiang Changkong had destroyed a star and obtained large amounts of information on the Dao patterns. The Federation even specifically asked Jiang Changkong if he wanted a space base, and the Federation would help build it for free. Jiang Changkong didn't want it. He only wanted the Federation to allow the warriors from his territory to be with the Federation in the future. This time he was going to the galaxy with the Netherworld Dragon to search for the 8th Sea King's homeland. He did not have time to develop a base. Coupled with the opening of the Stargate, who knew what other dangers there would be? What if they couldn't hold on? After digesting this information, it was time to continue on with their journey. The Abyss Dragon spent a month to finish carving his path body, and another month to digest most of the corpse. He entered the late stage of Star Path and was close to the limit. There were still many Star Path corpses that had not been digested. Once they were digested, they would probably be able to step into the peak of Star Path. Knowing that Jiang Changkong wanted to go into seclusion and needed treasures, the Abyss Dragon came out of seclusion and gave him the treasures for him to go into seclusion. It was still counting on Jiang Changkong to kill a Star Sage in the future, so it could eat a better corpse. In these 2 months, Jiang Changkong had perfected 4 types of martial arts. He did not stand on ceremony and went into seclusion with the treasures. Because of the delay, there was still a long way to go. There were occasional small problems along the way, but the battleship solved them on its own. The journey was smooth, and large planets flashed past quickly. Mars, Saturn, and the others had long passed. Their base this time was near the Stargate, which was very far from Earth. Because they were not the first to bear the brunt of the mighty impact, and because Earth was prepared, the losses were not great. Along the way, they kept in touch with the Federation. There were already teams passing through the starry sky to explore. The Star Demon and the immigrants entered the Stargate at the first opportunity, but there was no news for the time being. It was possible that the immigrants would not return, or they could bring back power to counterattack Earth. But there was no other way. If they wanted to develop, they had to open the Stargate. Until now, the Federation had only found another stone box on the other side of the Stargate. In other words, if someone was on the other side of the gate and could open the stone box, they could also obtain a key to open the Stargate. Time flowed on. Another few months passed. An enormous starry sky gate, shining with golden light, stood in the starry sky. The starry sky was so huge that the planets in front of it were like dust. Jiang Changkong had also woken up from his seclusion. His Dao patterns were hidden in his body, not revealing any aura. In his eyes, the great Dao formed mysterious patterns. Jiang Changkong, Star Path, Peak Top Grade Inferior Martial Art, Indestructible Golden Body, Perfect, 1 out of 171. 5 million Tai Chi Sutra, Perfect, 1/171. 5 million Sun Sutra, Perfect, 1/171. 5 million Moon Sutra, Perfect, 1/171. 5 million Death Heavenly Blade, Perfect, 1/171. 5 million Sky Imperial Scripture, Perfect, 1/171. 5 million Cloud Dao, Perfect, 1/171. 5 million Top Grade Array Dao, Battle Body Star Formation, incomplete perfect, 1/171. 5 million essence energy spirit, 138631288. 7 large planets carried 80% of the great Tao. The Tao patterns on Jiang Chankong's body were extremely dense. Every part of his body was filled with 80% of the great Tao. As the soul Tao was carved, he felt the connection between his soul and body become more and more subtle. The soul Tao and force Tao also resonated with each other. Together, they were probably not weaker than the sun and the moon. We're here. We'll reach the base in a month at most. Jing Hai's excited voice came from the battleship. Martial artists, get ready. We'll reach the base in a month at most. One martial artist after another walked out of the room. The dark dragon was holding a dish and eating happily. Jiang Chankong walked out of the room and returned the treasure to the dark dragon. Brother Kong, you're finally out? The dark dragon dropped the dish and flew to him. Quick, tell me how much you're at. Jiang Chankong smiled. Star Path Peak. Thank you, Brother Dragon. Don't be so polite. Without you, I'd probably still be at the early stage of Star Path. The dark dragon swayed its tail and said, I've also been in seclusion for the past few months. I'm at the peak of the late stage. I'll catch up to you soon. How's the carving of the Tao body? Jiang Chankong asked. I've caught up. Now, I, your brother dragon, can beat anyone in the same realm except you, the dark dragon said proudly. It could now be said to be invincible among those in the same realm, provided that it did not encounter Jiang Chankong and the 3 great battle physiques cultivators. Jiang Chankong nodded and brought it to the observation cabin. There were still many damaged stars outside. He did not know where they were. Looking at the time, it had already been 10 months. There was still a month before they would reach the base. It had been almost a year of flying. He did not know which star region he was in now. He was completely far away from Earth. After another half a month, the star where the base was seemed to be close at hand. The starry sky storm is here. Everyone, pay attention. It's forcefully changing directions. A voice came from the battleship again. Jiang Chankong's expression changed slightly. Star power of various colors appeared in the starry sky ahead, giving off a rainbow light. The great Tao aura on this star power was very dense. When it gathered together, it formed a storm, trying to contact the base. Contact failed. Signal cut off. There's someone in the starry sky storm. Jing Hai's voice came again. There's someone in the starry sky storm. The 18 battleships shook at the same time. Only star saints could survive in the starry sky storm. Even if they were infinitely close to star saints, it was impossible for them to survive. Lord Jiang, please take action and suppress the starry sky storm. If you can't, please escape alone. Jing Hai's solemn voice came. Chapter 407. In the huge starry sky storm, all kinds of star power intertwined like colorful fireworks. Under the beautiful appearance, there was only endless terror. Everywhere it passed, the meteorites in the sky and some broken planets were all turned to dust. A man with green scales on his body stepped into the starry sky storm. He was like a divine mountain, not moving an inch. In the starry sky storm, it is not an earthling or a star demon. The 18 battleships changed direction at the same time to avoid being sucked into the starry sky storm. The 18 battleships could not resist the power that could tear apart the peak of the star path. The cabin door opened, and Jiang Chankong stepped into the starry sky. He turned into a stream of light and came before the starry sky storm. The Tao patterns covered his body like chains, and a powerful Tao might swept in all directions. Everywhere the Tao might passed, the starry sky storm stopped and could not move forward. Jiang Chankong was like an iron wall. No matter how powerful the starry sky storm's Tao patterns were, they could not break through his Tao might. Interesting human, you are the genius that walked out of the broken ball. The green-scaled man looked at him with interest. I heard that a monster appeared in the broken ball. "Is it you?" Jiang Changkong said calmly. "You came from the other side of the door." "That's right. I did not want to care about the broken ball's area, but you opened it yourself." The man's expression was indifferent. He stood in the center of the storm with his hands behind his back. "One move. If you do not die, I will give you a chance to surrender." "No one who talks to me like this is still alive," Jiang Changkong said calmly. Green Wind Path. The green-scaled man had a thick Dao rhyme. An azure sword appeared in the man's hand, and an azure sword aura shot out. The Green Wind Path split the starry sky storm wherever it passed. Jiang Changkong did not dodge. The Dao patterns flashed around him, and he let the azure sword aura fall. Seeing this, the man frowned, and his eyes turned cold. The people in the broken ball are really ignorant. They are seeking their own death. Clang! Boom! The azure sword aura fell, but it suddenly exploded. The power of the Dao rushed in all directions, and the starry sky storm was affected and weakened. Jiang Changkong's body glowed with a dark golden light. A thin sword mark appeared on his forehead, and golden blood dripped down. How could this be? The green-scaled man's face darkened. His attack had only scratched the skin. Although it was just a casual move, it still used his own great Dao and Star Saint weapon. "Are you an early-stage Star Saint?" Jiang Changkong opened and closed his eyes. He had already circulated all the energy in his body to form the indestructible golden body, yet he was still injured. The dripping golden blood flew back and entered Jiang Changkong's body, instantly healing his injuries. The green-scaled man panicked a little, but he forced himself to calm down. He hadn't used his full strength yet, and he still had some tricks up his sleeve. "You already have the chance to submit to me. Submit." He had his hands behind his back and a proud expression on his face. "Is the outside world full of idiots?" Jiang Changkong's eyes were cold as he stepped into the starry sky storm. "Since you don't understand human language, I'll take it myself." Roar! With a low roar, his body rapidly increased in size. 1,000 zhang, gold body. The starry sky storm couldn't withstand the overbearing might of the Wei and shook violently. Much of the star power was forcibly dispersed by the might of the Wei. A terrifying aura, vigorous blood, and 10 lines of power, like 10 divine dragons, shuttled back and forth on the surface of his body. It was as if an ancient demon god had descended into the world. The green-scaled man's expression was solemn. This terrifying aura was no weaker than his own. It was supposed to be a small ball, but now a monster had come out? Most importantly, this wasn't even the legendary ultimate combat physique cultivator, but the great Tao of strength. His palm was like a curtain of the sky, pressing down with intertwining lines shining brightly. As the palm fell, the starry sky storm dissipated. The terrifying might of the Wei dimmed the scales on the man's body. "Kill, green wind cutting stars!" The man roared, and the green sword aura rose again. But this time there was a golden light mixed in with the green light. Boom! As the palm fell, the green sword aura collapsed again. Jiang Changkong's palm paused, and the golden light directly entered his body. The golden light entered his body and turned into threads, trying to control his body. However, the 7 great Tao in his body manifested at the same time, and the golden light directly dissipated. "Little guy, you've been poisoned by my puppet poison. Become my puppet." He leaped up and directly jumped onto the back of Jiang Changkong's hand with a cold expression. Jiang Changkong frowned slightly. He felt that this guy wanted to laugh himself to death. "Puppet poison? Your puppet is so powerful that it can control 7 great Tao?" The young man muttered something, and the green light on his body became dense, splitting into countless threads, trying to control Jiang Changkong. Ding! Dang! Dang! However, these threads couldn't break through his defense. Jiang Changkong's left hand moved and slapped toward his right hand. his speed reaching the limit. The green scales glowed again, and the man ruthlessly pulled out a few pieces, saying viciously, "Green wind, great Tao break!" Bang! Jiang Chongkong clasped his hands together, feeling like he had killed a fly. "Damn it! How can you betray your master?" The man's figure came from his hands. Jiang Chongkong rubbed his hands and let out another blood-curdling scream. The 18 warships were silent. They were completely frightened. They thought that Jiang Chongkong couldn't block a sword. But who knew that this star saint couldn't block a slap from Jiang Chongkong? They felt that Jiang Chongkong was the star saint, and the other party was the star Dao. Thinking back to before, Jiang Chongkong faced 3 opponents who were infinitely close to star saints on a dead star, and he even opened 3 great Dao. Now he had suppressed a star saint with just the great Dao of power. After rubbing a few times, Jiang Chongkong held the star saint in his hand. This guy is quite spirited. The aura around him circulated, the soul great Dao fluctuated, and the black and white Tai Chi diagram flashed. The star saint in his hand narrowed his eyes. 3 great Dao. However, shouldn't it be the great Dao of Yin, great Dao of Yang, and great Dao of strength? This soul, Tai Chi, and great Dao of strength, could these be considered the strongest combat body? The green wind, great Dao in his body kept erupting, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake Jiang Chongkong at all. If he opened a great Dao and this guy fought with all his strength instead of using puppet poison, Jiang Chongkong was confident that he could defeat him, but he might not be able to keep him here. He opened 3 great Dao and casually rubbed them together. The power of the 3 great Dao exploded in his hands and attacked the scaled man. Boom! The scaled man exploded, but he didn't die and quickly recovered. Jiang Chongkong continued to attack, but he still didn't die. His aura was getting weaker and weaker. The scaled man's aura was weak, and he started to beg for mercy. But before he could finish his words, a powerful soul strength rushed into his body and searched his soul. The power in his body was also converted into the power of the heaven-controlling scripture. A scene appeared in his mind. Jiang Chongkong obtained this person's aura, and his killing intent could no longer be suppressed. The soul-stabilizing tree flew out and swallowed the soul, taking this person's spatial equipment. Endless starlight bloomed, and the remaining starry sky storm was all wiped out. Jiang Chongkong took out his communication device. "Take this corpse and give it to the Netherworld Dragon. Something happened at the base. I'll go take a look first." After saying that, he threw the corpse away, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. His speed had already surpassed that of a battleship. There was still half a month left, and he could reach there in 4 or 5 days. Chapter 408. From the Star Sage's memory, Jiang Chongkong knew a bit about the situation outside. Among the stars, there were all kinds of forces. The one with green scales belonged to the Green Scale clan. The Green Scale clan had the ancient green snake bloodline, but they were not doing well. The strongest in the clan was a mid-stage star sage. The one he killed was the 3rd strongest of the Green Scale clan, an early-stage star sage. The Green Scale clan was a small lord in the stars, occupying a few abandoned planets. Forces like the Green Scale clan were everywhere in the stars. Apart from these small lords, there were also some big lords with star sages at their peak. There were also some super lords with god-level cultivators, but they were still some distance away. The strongest ones were in the distant stars, established by a few god-level cultivators. They called themselves the Celestial Nation and the Divine Nation. As for places further away, he didn't know. He also didn't know if the starry gates in the other 4 seas and 8 desolates had opened. In the stars, the Celestial Nation and the Divine Nation occupied hundreds and thousands of planets. Of course, there were some wandering cultivators who were close to God-level cultivators. No one knew where they were hiding. The Green Scale clan was in the East Sea region. The Celestial Nation belonged to the West Sea region. The divine nation was in the East Sea region, a local force. There were 12 stargate, corresponding to the 4 seas, and 8 wastelands. Of course, not all of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were isolated, only some areas. The celestial nation came from the isolated area. Hundreds of years ago, they came from the West Sea region. It was said that the emperor of the celestial nation was a cultivator of the 3 great combat physiques. The Greenscale clan didn't know what level the 3 great war bodies had reached. The Greenscale clan had discovered the Stargate stone box a long time ago, but they gave up. This was because Earth withdrew from the Starry Sky competition after the ancient times and did not participate in the Star Wars. At that time, Earth was very poor and was still in the era of cold weapons. There was not a single cultivator, and they could not even go to the stars. How could they fight? Thus, during the Star Age, Earth had a nickname, Little Broken Ball. No one wanted to come to a primitive planet. This was also why the survivors of the stars called the Celestial Palace primitive. He didn't have any treasures, nor did he have any technology. Plus, opening the Stargate was dangerous. Even God-level cultivators would be severely injured. This news came from the Celestial Nation and the Divine Nation. Therefore, no one wanted to open the Starry Sky Gate. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Who knew that the Starry Sky Gate would be opened, and a group of people would charge out? The Greenscale clan came in to take a look. Who would have thought that the Earthlings would actually develop so quickly and walk into the starry sky from a small broken ball? The Greenscale race wanted to occupy the base and use it as a springboard to take over Earth. Some news had even spread that the Greenscale race planned to rope in a few feudal lords and great feudal lords to attack Earth together. They could be considered to have picked up a bargain. The deities brought along a few star sacred warriors to explore the way. If the near gods stayed here, they probably wouldn't even be able to enter the door. Jiang Chongkong sorted out the information and found what he was looking for, the golden substance. The Greenscale tribe had them, but not many. The other lords all had some, but they didn't know how to use them. After digesting this information, he finally understood what the saying, "When the tiger is absent, the monkey is king," meant. Our Earth Federation has dozens of star sages and even near gods. Do you think we'll be bullied by you? Once they killed their way over, it would be the third nation. Even star sages could become starry lords. Are they looking down on our Federation? 5 days later, Jiang Chongkong arrived at the star where the base was located. Within the star, living beings covered the sky and covered the earth, densely packed together. Outside the star, several star sages were fighting. In the starry sky, the great path and the collision of star sages shook the starry sky. 3 Earth star sages, one in the late stage, one in the middle stage, and one in the early stage. 4 alien star sages, one in the late stage, 2 in the middle stage, and 1 in the early stage. Now the Earth star sages were at a disadvantage. The star sage of the early stage was struggling, his body covered with golden lines. Puppet poison. This puppet poison would split into countless threads and spread all over the human body. Combined with a secret technique, it could turn people into puppets. From the memory that Jiang Chongkong obtained, these people loved this poison. The star sages in the early stage could not resist it. Those in the middle stage and above could first injure them and then poison them. The success rate was very high. The other 2 warriors had not been poisoned yet. Stop struggling. It's already a miracle that the little broken ball appeared. The alien star sage said coldly, "Surrender to me and follow me to conquer the starry sky." The star sage of the early stage continued to spread his great path power to resist the invasion of the puppet poison. You're courting death. When the Earth near God returns, all of you will die. Near God? What a joke. It's already a great fortune for the little broken ball to have you. How can a near God appear? The alien star sage sneered. He did not believe it at all. What kind of place was Earth? What kind of resources could the little broken ball of the starry sky era have? Barely producing these 3 star sages was already a blessing in disguise. Near God? Was that even possible? Therefore, the 4 alien star sages thought that the 3 of them were just trying to scare them. They did not grow up scared. Jiang Changkong did not want to court death like that. During the great changes in the starry sky, Earth had benefited a lot. If there were no resources, resources would fall from the sky. No relics? There were many relics in the void realm that were close to God. If there were not a few near-God cultivators, it would be a waste of the gift. For you, it doesn't matter whether there are near-God cultivators or not. Jiang Changkong stepped into the battlefield and pressed the early stage, star sage of the early stage with one hand. He poured in the great path power and the puppet poison dissipated. Thank you. The early stage, star sage of the early stage relaxed. When he saw who it was, he was slightly surprised. Jiang Changkong, leave this person to me. You can rest first, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Another one? The peak of the star path? The alien star sage said sarcastically, You're extraordinary to be able to cure the puppet poison. However, you're only at the peak of the star path. Are you courting death? I'm here to send you to your death. You won't be able to see the near God of Earth. Jiang Changkong's expression was indifferent. But you won't die in vain because you've seen me. Ridiculous. The alien star sage sneered and pressed down with a sword aura. I'll kill you first. Boom! A palm fell and the sword aura collapsed. The palm power landed on the alien star sage as easily as crushing dry weeds. With a bang, the early stage star sage exploded. An illusory soul was caught by Jiang Changkong. The roots of the soul-stabilizing tree swallowed the star sage's soul. He's dead. The early stage, star sage of the early stage was horrified. Jiang Changkong had killed an early stage star sage with one palm. He was only at the peak of the star path. Save his resources for me. I'm going. After Jiang Changkong finished speaking, he activated the 3 great Tao forms and arrived at the battlefield of the middle stage star sage. 2 against 1. It's not fair, sunset. The 3 great Tao forms changed. The great path of force, the great path of the sun, and the great path of Tai Chi, the sunset, hung in the starry sky. The sword of the setting sun slashed down. What the hell is that? The alien star sage looked up in shock. He saw the sword aura formed by stars. Billions of stars formed a sword, and the power of the 3 great paths intertwined. It was horrifying. The 2 alien star sages attacked at the same time to resist the sword. The middle stage star sage of Earth used his own great path to follow the sword. Rumble. Billions of stars exploded. The horrifying power of the great path pushed back the 2 star sages. Boom! The star sage of Earth followed closely behind. The sword pierced through the bodies of the 2 star sages, and the blood of the star sages spilled in the starry sky. Chapter 409. Blazing Sun. The sun rose warmly. Billions of stars also turned into blade radiance. After activating the 3 major Tao bodies, Jiang Changkong's strength was slightly stronger than the 2 star sages. Plus, the star saints in the middle stage had a chance to breathe. They took the medicine and burst out with terrifying power again. The situation was reversed. Jiang Changkong raised his hand and the star power turned into billions of stars. The powerful power of the great path intertwined and the Tao forms bloomed with endless divine light. He activated the 1,000 Zhang golden body again. Roar! 10 power patterns roared. Jiang Changkong punched down and the sky shook. Boom! The great path collapsed. An alien star saint was sent flying while vomiting blood. He's a cultivator of the East Seas, 3 great battle forms. He definitely is. The alien star saint shouted in fear. What are you afraid of? The other 2 star saints are already heavily injured. They can't hold on even with the medicine. The other star saint blocked the attack of the Earth Star Saint and said coldly, "You stall him. We'll kill them and then come help you." The alien Star Saint, "I might not be able to stall him." "Stall me? Who gave him the confidence?" "You?" Jiang Changkong's eyes were cold. He punched at the Star Saint. His power was flowing as if the great path had arrived. Boom! Puff! Blood splashed. The alien Star Saint was also sent flying, smashing countless meteorites. "We can't beat him. Retreat." The two Star Saints looked at each other and left. The other, dark-skinned late-stage Star Saint gave up and glared at Jiang Changkong. "Kid, you're dead. We'll kill you all when we come back. Do you dare to leave your name?" The Earth late-stage Star Saint said coldly. "The Black Rock Race of the East Sea." The late-stage Star Saint said proudly, "I'll kill you all in 7 days." After that, the late-stage Star Saint turned around and disappeared with the two Star Saints. "The Black Rock Race of the East Sea. I'll remember this. If you don't surrender, Xue Dingpeng will change his surname." The martial artist in the late stage of the Star Saint realm said fiercely. Then he looked at Jiang Changkong. "Lord Jiang, thank you for coming in time." "Senior, you're too polite," Jiang Changkong replied politely. After a pause, he asked again, "Do you all know me?" The early stage Star Saints also recognized him, and this Xue Dingpeng also recognized him at first glance. "Haha, it's so boring here in the starry sky that I love to listen to the news and happenings of my hometown. We've been watching your stories on Earth over and over again." Xue Dingpeng laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Good, very good. Old Xue, it's time to return to the base." Two Star Saints came over. The early stage Star Saint martial artist threw the corpse to Jiang Changkong. "Your spoils of war. Let's go back to the base first," Xue Dingpeng said. Jiang Changkong followed them to the base. "Oh, right. The expeditionary army should arrive in 10 days. I noticed something wrong and rushed over first." "Oh, Changkong, what did you discover?" the three of them asked. "It's like this," Jiang Changkong told them about the starry sky storm. "Those bastards dared to attack the expeditionary army. I'll have to trouble you two brothers to receive the expeditionary army." "I'll bring Changkong back to the base," Xue Dingpeng said. "I'll go with them." Jiang Changkong frowned. He was a little worried about the two Star Saints. "Don't worry, Changkong. They've probably gone back to reorganize their troops." The two Star Saints smiled. "Star Saints are not common people. Let's go." The two Star Saints went to receive them, and Xue Dingpeng brought Jiang Changkong into the planet. The inside of the planet had been remodeled. The huge base almost occupied half of the planet. Flags fluttered in the wind, embroidered with azure planets and divine dragons. The whole base was protected by a barrier, which was enough to defend against the attacks of a mid-stage Star Saint. As the two of them arrived, many martial artists came out one after another. It was a dark mass that stretched as far as the eye could see. "Don't worry, everyone. The enemy has been defeated. It's all thanks to Brother Changkong." Xue Dingpeng pulled Jiang Changkong aside and introduced him in a loud voice. "This is the genius we've always heard about, Jiang Changkong. He's here from his hometown." This time it was also Jiang Changkong who beat back 2 mid-stage Star Sages and killed 1 early-stage Star Sage. Only then did the enemies retreat. "Jiang Changkong! Jiang Changkong!" All the martial artists shouted his name. Their voices soared into the sky. Jiang Changkong blushed. "You don't have to do this." "Okay, we don't have to do this." Xue Dingpeng smiled. "Everyone, please be quiet. Our genius is shy. Now, let's talk about something important." "Jiang Changkong, I just don't want to be in the limelight." Everyone quieted down. Xue Dingpeng continued. "The enemy said that they will kill us all in 7 days and use this as a springboard to counterattack Earth. By then, the enemy will definitely have more than 1 late-stage Star Saint. So everyone get ready. It's time for us to get rich." "Get rich?" Jiang Chongkong was dumbfounded. Shouldn't we be preparing for battle? Yes, we should be preparing for battle. Come with me. Xue Dingpeng smiled and led him into a building in the base. Many martial artists in the building looked excited, as if something great was about to happen. Xue Dingpeng followed him into a secret room. There was a metal platform with a blue star symbol floating above it. A special aura of the great path spread out, and Jiang Chongkong felt extremely suppressed. 2 divine marks appeared between his eyebrows, which made him feel much better. Xue Dingpeng looked at him in surprise, but didn't say anything. He reached out and touched the blue star symbol. Buzz! A blue light spread out and turned into a blurry figure, exuding a mysterious power. Xue Dingpeng, what's the matter? Master Ing Liuli, Base 37, is under attack from the forces on the other side of the Stargate. They want to destroy the base in 7 days. There are only us, Jiang Chongkong, and the 4 Star Saints in the base. Xue Dingpeng said respectfully, there are no Star Saints guarding the top. Please come back, Master. Then prepare for battle. Let the expeditionary force go to the Stargate and use the number 8 Star Saint battleship. Ing Liuli said indifferently. After speaking, she turned to Jiang Chongkong. As for you, Jiang Chongkong, I'll be back soon. Then the blue light disappeared into the star symbol. Jiang Chongkong. Was the god leading them to sweep everything away and take advantage of the situation? No wonder everyone in the base was so excited. I'm excited too. But why was the god coming back immediately after hearing that he was coming? Xue Dingpeng pulled Jiang Chongkong out of the secret room. Why does this near god want to see me personally? Jiang Chongkong asked the question in his heart. I don't know. Maybe he wants to see what a genius looks like. Xue Dingpeng shook his head. Jiang Chongkong furrowed his brows. Could it be because of the supreme battle physique? All of them were paying attention to this point. It was truly puzzling. Xue Dingpeng said again, don't worry, it's definitely not a bad thing. Master Ing Liuli is very gentle to us. Also, even if you want to leave, it's too late. You'll be able to see her at night. Jiang Chongkong. Well, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. If a god wanted to deal with him, he really couldn't do anything now. Unless he could summon a body refinement god, he reckoned that he would be able to shock the earth god. Chapter 410. He took a shower and invited him to a feast. Of course, he couldn't help praising him during the meal. Jiang Chongkong returned to his room and prepared to rest. Blue light flashed before his eyes, and the world changed. When he reappeared, he was outside the starry sky. A man and a woman stood outside Jiang Chongkong. The woman's aura was unfathomable like the starry sky, and her great Tao was restrained. The man was a smiling young man, and 3 great Taos circulated around his body. Yin and Yang, power pattern great Tao. His aura was equally terrifying, far surpassing that of Jiang Chongkong. Star Saint Peak. Jiang Chongkong. What the hell is going on? A cultivator of the 3 great battle bodies? Lord Jiang, I am Nan Yang, a cultivator of the Federation and a member of the Nan family, the young man said with a smile. Nan Yang? This is Lady Ing Liuli? Jiang Chongkong's mind was in a mess. Let me go. I'm a little confused. Blue light flashed, and Ing Liuli pointed a finger into Jiang Chongkong's forehead. This is... Jiang Chongkong frowned. Ing Liuli said gently, I just blocked the senses of those 2 near gods. Let me explain the details. I'd like to hear the details. Jiang Chongkong calmed down. Ing Liuli waved a hand, and the great Tao of water spread and enveloped the 3 of them. The power of the great Tao completely blocked everything. Ing Liuli's red lips moved slightly. Yu Yang appeared 300 years ago. He was extremely talented in body refinement. Nan Yuyang's talent was terrifying. He had cultivated power patterns and was sent to the Federation by the Nan family. The Nan family also blocked information about Nan Yang. For 300 years, no one knew there was such a person in the Nan family. Later, the Federation wanted Nan Yang to cultivate the power of Yin, and he succeeded again. The Immortal Palace was also studying these three powers. The near gods of the Federation would occasionally visit the Immortal Palace to copy the information. They secretly nurtured Nan Yang, and at the same time searched for the key to open the Stargate. The Federation destroyed all information about Nan Yang to prevent others from finding out. It could be said that apart from the near gods of the Federation and some of the higher-ups, almost no one knew of Nan Yang's existence. Why are the three great battle bodies so important? Jiang Changkong asked with a frown. Not bad. Ying Liuli's gentle expression became a little more solemn. According to the information we obtained, ordinary martial arts cultivation methods are no longer able to allow one to become a deity or deity. Only by combining the three great combat bodies and cultivating the most powerful combat body can we break through this barrier and unlock the secrets of immortals and gods. Jiang Changkong, I think you've seen fake news. If you give me enough resources, I'll surpass the god level for you to see. The 4 seas and 8 wastelands will give birth to a cultivator of the 3 great combat bodies. As for whether they can grow and open the gate of space, it all depends on their own fate. The Western Sea region has been out for hundreds of years. This is the news we just received. Ying Liuli explained there is no movement from the other space gates for the time being. According to our investigations over the years, there can only be one ultimate combat body. Only one. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. Yes, the cultivators of the 3 great combat bodies in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands will fight and transform in the process. The winner will surpass the god level and step into the true realm of deities and gods. Ying Liuli's expression was solemn. Then she looked a little confused. What I don't understand is, how did you get out? Jiang Changkong's expression was a little awkward. What do you mean by how did I get out? I'm not cultivating the Tai Yin or Tai Yang. I'm cultivating another power. I'm also curious about this. How did you open the stone box back then? Nan Yang asked. Lend me your Tai Yin power. Don't resist, Jiang Changkong said. Nan Yang used the Tai Yin power and floated beside Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong used the Tai Yang power, the force pattern power, and the Tai Yin power. The 4 powers did not clash. Instead, they coexisted peacefully. Ying Liuli and Nan Yang were shocked. You can use 4 powers. It's impossible to cultivate them. I can only use the Tai Yang power to balance and contain them. It's a different kind of 3 great combat bodies. Jiang Changkong held his chin and looked at Nan Yang. He said sincerely, don't worry. I'm definitely not as good as you. Nan Yang. I feel like you're lying to me. You just killed 2 early-stage star sages. I couldn't do this when I was at the peak of the star path. I could only resist for a while. Ying Liuli frowned. Those 2 near gods bet on you. It seems like they have no choice. They bet on me? Jiang Changkong was confused. Of course, all near gods look forward to unlocking the secret of becoming a deity with the ultimate combat body. After our Federation discovered Nan Yang, we trained him with all our might and bet on him. Ying Liuli explained, because we guarded him well, those old near gods couldn't find Nan Yang and kept wandering around on Earth. Jiang Changkong understood. That's why I ran over. When they saw that there was a cultivator of the 3 great combat bodies, they thought, oh, it's him. If the old near gods knew of Nan Yang's existence, they would probably be dumbfounded too. If Ying Liuli knew that he had the Shadow Great Path, she would probably be equally dumbfounded. There was one in every place, and now there was this Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong sighed inwardly. Should I not have intervened? Then, should I attract the firepower next? Nan Yang will continue to hide behind the scenes and reap the benefits? Jiang Changkong said indifferently. Just like Liang Qiuxuani, he would attract the firepower of the divine palace. No, what happens next is the matter of the ultimate combat body. Ying Liuli shook her head. We can only guarantee that the near gods won't interfere. As for you, cultivate by yourself. The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. He understood what she meant. Go do what you need to do. It has nothing to do with you. Fine, but what if Nan Yang comes out and those two near gods who bet on me come after me? Jiang Changkong asked. They wouldn't dare. Ying Liuli's expression was cold. No matter what, you are a genius of Earth. Whoever dares to suppress you with the power of a near god will be killed. Those are two veteran near gods. Can Earth handle them? Jiang Changkong asked in a daze. Of course, those two near gods definitely wouldn't do anything to him, because they knew that he also had the three great combat bodies. If we were at our peak, we would indeed be inferior. But now we are just two cripples. Ying Liuli was slightly disdainful. Moreover, Yu Yang has already reached the peak of the Star Saint level. I believe he will soon enter the ranks of the near gods. Nan Yang also guaranteed. Don't worry, we will help each other. If they make things difficult for you, tell them to come to me. Jiang Changkong, fine, seeing that you two are so kind, I will protect you when I become an immortal or a god in the future. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Jiang Changkong stood up and was ready to leave. Wait a minute, I still want to discuss with you. Next, are we going to build a celestial kingdom, a divine kingdom, or what? Nan Yang stopped him and said. Jiang Changkong was slightly taken aback. What does that have to do with me? I've decided to make you a grand marshal or something. When the time comes, you and I will rule the world together, Nan Yang invited. I'm not interested. I just want to cultivate and improve. Jiang Changkong shook his head. Rule the world? Forget about you. There are still a bunch of near gods. He might as well become a near god himself. Chapter 411. Jiang Changkong firmly rejected Nan Yuyang's invitation. Leave the position of Grand Marshal for someone else, be it the Celestial Nation or the God Nation. He didn't want to interfere. He had already reached the pinnacle of the star path and cultivated his Tao body. All he wanted was to obtain resources and become a god as soon as possible. Regardless of whether it was the interstellar era or the current era, this point had been proven. Only immortals and gods could live forever. No matter how long a god's lifespan was, he would still die of old age one day. As for the ultimate combat body, it would unlock the secret of immortal ascension. If that was the case, then he could open it himself. Only God knew how long it would take for them to decide a victor and kill until only one of them was left. Ying Liuli had also left a Tao pattern imprint for him so that he could contact her if there was any danger. After bidding farewell to the two of them, Jiang Changkong returned to his room to rest. The two early-stage star sages did not have many resources with them. They only had a little more than 20 million spiritual essences in total. The resources of these star sages were generally stored in their own lair. What they carried on them were only useful to them. Only some individual star sages, who did not have much influence, would carry all their resources with them. The next morning, Jiang Changkong was woken up by the noise. Xue Dingping's voice spread throughout the base. All martial artists, please pay attention. The situation on the other side of the Stargate has been generally understood. Two nations, the immortal kingdom of the West Sea and the divine kingdom of the East Sea. As for us, we belong to the East Sea region. In the starry sky, only a martial artist who possesses the three great combat bodies has the hope of becoming an immortal. On Earth, there is such a martial artist. I'm sorry, but it's not Jiang Changkong. It's Nan Yuyang from the Nan family. 300 years ago, our lineage on Earth produced a prodigy, but in order to protect him, we didn't expose him. Xue Dingping's voice was very excited as he spoke passionately. Earth was the rightful ruler of East Ocean, the hope of becoming an immortal. Therefore, the East Sea God nation was unorthodox. Earth would support Nanyang in building a divine nation or immortal kingdom to participate in the starry sky struggle. The group of martial artists felt their blood boil as they listened. Back in the starry sky battle, Earth was a small broken ball that they couldn't afford to play with. But it was different now. The endless resources sprinkled down from the starry sky had allowed them to grow. If they wanted to get close to gods, they could get close to gods. If they wanted to get close to star sages, they had dozens of them. Nanyang was one of the cultivators who cultivated the 3 great battle bodies, as well as many starry sky battleships. If it weren't for the fact that they were limited by materials, the battleships they could build would be enough to kill a star saint. Even now, there were a few star-searching, sacred battleships. Under such circumstances, why shouldn't they participate in this golden age of ascension? What we need to do is to raise the flag of the Federation, the Azure Star, and the godly dragon totem in the sky. Shwe Dingpeng almost roared in the end. They wanted to create a super prosperous era. Jiang Changkong's blood was boiling when he heard this. But then he felt that something was wrong. Did this group of people want to unify the universe? That made sense. As long as Nanyang succeeded and became the first immortal to ascend, he would be able to crush all near gods and unite the cosmos. For the sake of a better future, the distribution of profits will be reduced. Please understand, this time, Lord Deity Inglioli will lead us to conquer a starfield and build a nation. Each of us can only keep 30% of the profits, and the rest will be handed over to the national treasury. Shwe Dingping said again, "If you have any objections, you can raise them." "No problem. For the sake of Earth, for the sake of becoming an immortal." "No problem. For the sake of Earth, for the sake of becoming an immortal. I'm willing to even take 10%, let alone 30%. "That's right. In the future, our flag will soar through the cosmos." Their voices reverberated in the base like waves and almost spread across the entire planet. Jiang Changkong was silent. When he became a near god, he could help plant some flags. "Everyone, prepare for war. Bring everything you can. Let's go." Shwe Dingping shouted. This time, the near god was personally taking action. They could just follow and take advantage of the situation. "When the nether dragon comes, we'll leave after this." Jiang Changkong thought to himself. He was happy that he could only take 30% at a time. After all, it was a bargain. However, he wanted more, so he could only do it alone. In the future, when the nation was established, the distribution of profits would probably be the same. It was not that Jiang Changkong was selfish, but that he needed too much. Only by becoming a near god could he suppress everything. In fact, he wanted to sit in Nanyang's position and be nurtured by a group of near gods to collect resources for him. However, Nanyang had been there for 300 years and had planned for 300 years. Why should he give it to him? Was the power of the moon and the power of the sun added together stronger and more talented than Nanyang? Given the current situation, if he exposed the power of the moon, Jiang Changkong did not know what would happen. Perhaps a group of near gods would do something earth-shattering while they were in a daze. They might kill him, or they might nurture him and replace Nanyang. There was only one reason. In the end, only one of the 3 great combat bodies would cultivate the most powerful combat body and unlock the secret of immortal ascension. Once he was exposed, it was likely that he would have to fight to the death with Nanyang. Under such circumstances, he could not stay here any longer. Jiang Changkong had already thought it through. He was a variable who had transmigrated from another Earth, completely out of the picture of immortal ascension. He was the one who had barged into it. The warship had already started, and a group of warriors boarded it. This time, the warship was different from the previous manned warships. It was more powerful and had more weapons. There were a total of 7 warships. Rows of warriors stood on the deck of the warships, wearing battle armor and carrying weapons. Shwed Dingpeng called Jiang Chongkong to board warship number 13 and keep watch here. 6 warships surrounded warship number 8, a star-level warship. Nan Yang also officially appeared in front of everyone. He wore a dragon robe and a hat, and there were 2 swords at his waist, the moon sword and the sun sword. He stood on the deck of warship number 8 and looked out into the starry sky. Ying Liuli did not come out. She hid in the void to protect Nan Yang. The Expeditionary Army warship also changed direction and rushed to the starry sky gate. "Let's go!" Shwe Dingpeng roared. The dragon flag fluttered and the warship started. "Sir, warship number 13 is in position." A warrior in battle armor came before Jiang Chongkong and saluted. "Then let's go. Follow warship number 8. Jiang Chongkong was still a little confused. This was his first time participating in a starry sky expedition, so he was still a little excited. The warship roared, and starlight shot into the sky. It rushed out of the base and toward the starry sky gate. Putting on the communicator, Shwe Dingpeng's voice came. "Chongkong, don't be impulsive. Follow behind us later and listen to my commands." "Okay," Jiang Chongkong replied. Then a voice sounded from the communicator again. "Expedition 38, requesting to speak to you." "Connect. Brother Kong, which warship are you on now? Is the base fun? I heard you killed another star saint." The Abyss Dragon's voice came. Jiang Chongkong smiled and said, "Warship number 13. I left the corpse for you. Now prepare for the expedition. You've changed your course. We'll kill the enemy together. I saw your warship. With the help of a star saint, we sped up a lot." The Abyss Dragon said excitedly, "You can see us when you look back." Jiang Chongkong looked back. In the endless starry sky, 18 warships quickly followed. Be careful later. The opponent this time is a star saint," Jiang Chongkong reminded. Although there were near gods taking action, it was impossible for them to kill all living creatures. He was going to build a country this time, so he definitely had to recruit subordinates. Chapter 412. He couldn't just use Earthlings to build a star nation. These star overlords would be the best subordinates. They understood space and their territories. They would be needed for resource development. 7 battleships flew in space, forming a starlight barrier to protect space. The martial artist stood on the deck with solemn expressions, not saying a word. A few days later, the battleships arrived at the space gate. Passing through the space gate, 5 giant battleships approached from afar. "Sir, enemy ships have been spotted ahead," the armored martial artist reported. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand, waiting for Shwe Dingpeng's command. "It's the Black Rock race and the Green Scale race. Chongkong, prepare for battle. Try not to damage the enemy ships too much." Shwe Dingpeng's voice came. He relayed the message to the martial artist, who went back to work. Jiang Chongkong was speechless. Why did they give him command of this battleship? "You can just let me take charge. There's no need for me to command." Rumble. Suddenly, the battleship shook, like a ferocious beast roaring. A beam of starlight, intertwined with great Tao patterns, shot toward the 5 battleships. The 5 battleships at the front lit up a starlight barrier at the same time, blocking the attack. Rumble. The 8th battleship's attack landed, breaking a barrier. The battleship collapsed, and the living beings on it were heavily injured or killed. A star-sacred martial artist, who had just unleashed his astral power, turned into a mist of blood. A star-sacred level battleship was enough to kill a star-sacred martial artist. One figure after another flew out from the damaged battleship. Martial artists also came out from the other 4 battleships. Their battleships were only Star Tao level. If they relied on battleships to fight, they would probably be wiped out. A martial artist activated his great Tao power, and wherever he passed, the attacks of the star-sacred battleships were quickly annihilated. He covered an endless distance with one step. "Stop attacking and let them come," Shwe Dingpeng's voice came. Jiang Chongkong raised his hand. signaling for the 13th battleship to stop. One martial artist after another rushed over. The 4 martial artists at the front had monstrous auras that shook the surrounding stars. Peak Star Sacred. This time for Peak Star Sacred, great space lords had come. No wonder the Black Rock race dared to attack Earth after destroying the base. Without the obstruction of their attacks, the 4 Peak Star Sages quickly arrived before the warship. Starlight flickered and Tao might was dense. The pitch-black Peak Star Sage of the Blackstone race spoke. People of the small ball, listen up. Surrender immediately, and I can spare your lives. Impudent! Why aren't you kneeling and welcoming the Eastern Sea immortal nation's majesty? Xue Dingping's voice rang out as he glared at the 4 Peak Star Sages. Nan Yuyang stood up, the power of the 3 lights intertwining around him. The 3 great Daos coexisted in balance. He raised his head proudly and looked at the 4 Peak Star Saints with indifference. Provoking the celestial nation and becoming an eternal slave can be exchanged for the safety of your entire clan. 3 combat bodies? Peak Star Saint? The gazes of the 4 Peak Star Sages sharpened. Isn't it the peak of the star path? You're not that person. That's the elite of the East Ocean from Earth, my brother. Nan Yuyang clasped his hands behind his back. 3 breaths. Submit. A Peak Star Saint with 3 great battle physiques is indeed astonishing. But you dare call yourselves the Celestial Nation? The 4 Peak Star Sages sneered as the power of the Great Path shook the starry sky. Buzz! Suddenly, a tyrannical power of the Great Path shrouded them. The blue Great Path suppressed the starry sky. A blue world instantly enveloped the 4 Peak Star Saints. Someone close to God. The 4 creatures' expressions changed drastically as they looked horrified. Was there really someone close to God on Earth? Where was the little ball? Ying Liuli stood quietly on the blue world with an indifferent expression. With a wave of her hand, Nan Yuyang flew up and disappeared into the blue world. Defeat him, and you can live, Ying Liuli said indifferently as her figure disappeared. Nan Yuyang slowly drew out his 2 swords. The power of the moon and the sun intertwined in balance, and the sun and moon appeared at the same time. The power of the force pattern was the main force, and the power of blood, qi, forcibly dominated the 2 forces. 11 power patterns spread and crawled all over his body. Really? The 4 Peak Star Saints looked delighted as they looked at Nan Yuyang viciously. If I can't even kill you, how can I be the lord of the Celestial Nation? Nan Yuyang looked proud. The 3 great paths intertwined, and his strength was terrifying, far exceeding that of an ordinary Peak Star Saint. The 4 creatures' expressions darkened. They felt great pressure at the moment. The legendary 3 major war constitutions were famous in the starry sky, and it was not just a rumor. Under normal circumstances, these 3 major war constitutions were stronger than the 3 major war constitutions that Jiang Changkong had casually combined. Of course, it was different now. He had transformed into a Taoist form, and he could turn his power into a star. He could easily beat up the 3 major war constitutions. The premise was that their strength was similar. Sure enough, after the battle, Nan Yuyang almost crushed the 4 Peak Star Saints. They were all Peak Star Saints, and the cultivator of the 3 major war constitutions was invincible. He was the strongest existence below the god level. On the warship, a star power panel appeared in front of Jiang Changkong, which was playing Nan Yuyang's battle. Was this publicity? Was this publicity? Jiang Changkong smiled. The god-level cultivator had chosen this method to promote Nan Yuyang. The Star Saints were invincible, the cultivator closest to the god level, and their strength was unparalleled. In the future, it would also be announced to the starry sky, telling the people of Earth that Nan Yuyang was invincible, a cultivator of the 3 major war constitutions. The 3 great paths intertwined, crushing the great paths of the 4 and suppressing them. Nan Yeong's weapon was also extraordinary and could easily cut through the great paths. Jiang Changkong guessed that even if it was not a god-level weapon, it was not far from it. The power of the great path was so strong that the star saint worship might not be able to withstand it without the isolation of the blue world. The moon sword slashed down, and the great path collapsed, easily cutting off the head of the Black Rock clan. The power of the great path intertwined on the wound, making it impossible for him to heal. Seeing this, Jiang Changkong stopped watching. There was no suspense in this battle. The gap was too big. It was like him using one attribute to deal with the peak star saints. Wasn't this just rubbing them? Furthermore, Nan Yeong was a bit stronger than him in one of his attributes. Soon the battle was over, and the 4 peak star saints had all fallen. The rest of the martial artists had long been scared out of their wits, desperately running back. Unfortunately, the blue world swept over and imprisoned them all, making it impossible for them to escape. This was the power of a god-level cultivator. The peak star saints could only obediently fight with their lives, not daring to have any other thoughts. Fighting a god-level cultivator? Sorry, they might not be able to break through even if they fought with their lives on the line. Even Nan Yeong might not have the courage. The battle was over before it had even begun. The god-level cultivators had sealed their cultivation, and Xue Dingpeng had captured them. Nan Yeong put away the corpses of the 4 peak star saints and handed the spatial equipment to Xue Dingpeng. Put all the spoils of war into the national treasury to reward those who have made contributions. Thank you, Your Majesty, many martial artists shouted in unison. Jiang Changkong was silent. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do this, and he would use the useful things for himself. He preferred to improve himself because his personal strength was enough to change everything. The warship continued to sail towards the planets of these living beings. The celestial nation of Earth in the East Sea had risen, and it was no longer the small, broken ball it used to be. Changkong, how about it? Are you willing to stay? With your strength, it will not be a problem for you to make a name for yourself. When the time comes, there will be no shortage of resources for you, Xue Dingpeng said. I still have things to do. I need to take the Abyss Dragon to find its home. Jiang Changkong once again refused the invitation. Chapter 413. As for the ultimate combat body, the nearby creatures had only heard of it. No one had seen it for themselves. This time, Nan Yeong had revealed his strength. He had killed 4 peak star sages with a single blow. Furthermore, he had the secret of becoming an immortal and the deterrence of a true god. He believed that the nearby powers would come to join him instead of resisting. A few days later, the battleship arrived at a star field. This was the territory of the Black Rock race. After countless years of development, the Black Rock tribe had spread across several planets. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he transmitted the footage of Nan Yeong's battle to the experts of the Black Rock tribe. Surrender or die. Without much thought, the Black Rock tribe surrendered because there was a god on Earth. Jiang Changkong was somewhat depressed. What kind of expedition was this? They had killed 4 peak star sages, and they had all been killed by him. The only consolation he had was that the Black Rock tribe had surrendered and had to offer up some of their resources. Ing Liuli also knew that she wouldn't be able to get a share of the golden substance. Jiang Changkong's desire to leave grew stronger. After staying here for a few days, the Abyss Dragon came and lay on Jiang Changkong's body. Little brother Kong, I'm a little bored. The Dark Dragon said listlessly. It had thought that Yuan Zheng would have a lot of corpses to eat, but in the end, there wasn't even one. The corpses of the 4 peak star sages were returned because the Black Rock tribe had surrendered. After this is over, let's go. Just take it as a free ride. Jiang Changkong thought for a while and said, the expedition this time was only to wipe out the enemy forces. It wouldn't be long before it ended. He and the Abyss Dragon were going to search for the 8th Sea King's ruins. They had to advance as well, so he could just follow them. Furthermore, This expedition was not without its rewards. Information on the starry sky. Jiang Changkong already knew the location of the 8th Sea King's homeland thanks to these forces' exploration of the starry sky. He also had a better understanding of the starry sky forces. The Abyss Dragon's homeland, the Death Star, was in the eastern wasteland. He did not know if the starry sky gate was open or not. It was quite far away. The 4 seas and 8 wastelands were the east, south, west, north, and south seas, the 4 wastelands of heaven, earth, immortals, and gods. The reason why the 4 seas were called the 4 seas was because these 4 regions had the most abundant water resources. In comparison, the 8 desolate regions had much less water resources. Some stars were extremely lacking in water resources. Among the 8 desolations, the 4 desolations of heaven, earth, immortal, and God were the 4 strongest powers in the ancient era. It was known as the cradle of immortals and gods, but it was even further from this place, even further than those 2 great divine nations, so there was no news of anything happening. After reading this information, although the Abyss Dragon wanted to go to the eastern barren territory to take a look, he was not very interested. If the door was not opened, they did not want to open it. Shindu was heavily injured, and they did not have the strength to open it. The battleships set sail again, and the Green Scale tribe surrendered without any resistance. After more than a month, he had subdued 8 lords and 6 or 7 great lords. These factions also formed their own armies and joined the Celestial Nation, under Nan Yuyang's command. One day, they found a planet that was similar to Earth. They called it the Second Earth. The fleet stopped and planned to establish a celestial kingdom here. Jiang Changkong brought the Abyss Dragon to Nan Yuyang and told him that he wanted to leave. Nan Yuyang frowned. "You really can't stay? I will do my best to train you. When I become an immortal, I might go to the legendary celestial realm. This world will be yours." "No, I still have to take Brother Dragon to find our homeland. If the door to the Eastern Barren Territory opens, we will go and take a look." Jiang Changkong shook his head. "Wait for you to ascend to immortality? Forget it. If I stay here, I might really have to endure until you kill your way out. If I leave, I might be able to help you become immortals." "Fine. I will help you settle the grudge between you and the Celestial Palace. That person will not make things difficult for you," Nan Yuyang said with some regret. "If you can stay, this universe will definitely be ours." He knew Jiang Changkong's battle prowess. If he trained him well, he could join forces with him to deal with the other 3 war-body cultivators. As long as he could survive, all hope of becoming an immortal rested on him. None of the near gods would dare to make things difficult for the celestial nation of Earth. Unfortunately, Jiang Changkong's rejection was very firm and unmoved. In the future, he would have to face the other 3 war-body cultivators alone. "You've made many contributions to the Federation since the beginning of the expedition to the stars. You even saved the base. Now that you're leaving, the outside world is dangerous and resources are hard to come by. I've prepared a gift for you. You can't refuse it." As he spoke, Nan Yuyang took out a spatial ring. "Here are some 10th and 11th grade resources and medicines. There's a bottle of peak 11th grade healing medicine. These should be enough for you to use until you become a star saint. I won't refuse. When I return, I hope you'll have succeeded and become the only Celestial Nation Emperor." Jiang Changkong accepted the ring and cupped his hands. "I'll also wait for your return. When I become an immortal, I will pass on the secrets of the immortal Tao to Earth," said Nan Yuyang. Jiang Changkong and the underworld dragon left. They flew out of Second Earth, found the right direction, and left. The man and the dragon disappeared into the starry sky. Nan Yuyang looked up at the stars, full of yearning. "Actually, I'd like to be like Jiang Changkong. That can't be helped. If you're exposed, all the factions will fight over you." Ying Liuli appeared. "Our top priority is to take down everything around the Stargate and start building the Stargate. Have you gathered all the materials?" Nan Yang frowned. Isn't that a little too much of a rush? Let's make some preparations first. Only by building the Stargate can we shorten the distance between the stars and send reinforcements immediately. Then let's get started. Right, the one from the Immortal Palace. Please tell him not to make things difficult for Jiang Changkong. Yes, I will. However, Jiang Changkong is in trouble now. The two near gods will definitely know about your appearance. Ying Liuli's lips curled into a smile. We've made a fool of them and placed our bets on the wrong person. What will their expressions be like? Are you going to rush over? Nan Yang frowned. Jiang Changkong is our genius, after all. You've promised him that you'll keep him safe. There's no need. I've placed a simple Stargate in Jiang Changkong's Great Path brand. As long as he activates it, or if I want to, I can go over at any time. Ying Liuli waved her hand. Let's deal with the celestial nation first. If Jiang Changkong is in danger, I'll be there in time. All right, but you really surprised me. There were 3 Stargates in total, and you were actually willing to give him one. Nan Yang was finally relieved, but he was still very surprised. The Stargate was something they had obtained from an ancient relic, refined by an immortal god. With the Stargate, one could be teleported over instantly as long as there was no immortal god level power blocking it. Of course, it was already broken and could only be used once. Moreover, only one person could be teleported. The Stargate they had built was a simplified version. It could not be used instantly, but it could still save a lot of time. With the Stargate, a distance that would have taken months in the past could be reached in a few days. It was just that it was very expensive to build, and with Earth's current resources, they could build quite a lot. As Ying Liuli had said, 2 near gods had come looking for Jiang Changkong. However, the 2 near gods were not prepared. Soul near gods clearly did not learn their lesson. The 2 soul near gods were destroyed by Jiang Changkong's 7 great paths before they could even take form. Chapter 414. Jiang Changkong and the Nether Dragon were dividing the spoils. It ate the Star Saint's body, and Jiang Changkong counted the resources. Nan Yuyang was indeed generous. He had 200 million essence, which was enough to perfect a martial art. However, as soon as he finished counting, the 2 star symbols between his eyebrows vibrated, and his soul condensed. Jiang Changkong was waiting for the 2 deities to condense their soul power, but the 7 grand Tao instincts emerged, and the 2 souls were destroyed. The remaining soul power made the soul-stabilizing tree feel the taste of the deities. The 2 symbols vibrated again. This time they had learned their lesson and condensed outside their bodies. The 2 ancient deities had a terrible look on their faces when their soul bodies condensed. Jiang Changkong, you've gone too far this time. The soul god was the first to speak. Last time, you used the 7 grand Tao to suppress me, but this time you destroyed a soul. I didn't want it either. It was a complete accident. Jiang Changkong shrugged and said, If you don't believe me, you can see for yourself. The soul god frowned and reached out to touch Jiang Changkong. A wisp of soul power sank in and was instantly erased by the 7 grand Tao. Jiang Changkong didn't even use his star power. It was pure instinct. See, I didn't lie to you. How did you practice? The body god pressed a shoulder and said solemnly, Looking at you is like looking at the grand Tao of the stars. I practiced blindly. Don't mind the details. Jiang Changkong showed off and didn't continue the topic. Let's talk about why you're here. That's what you should focus on. Don't study my grand Tao form. What's going on with Nan Yang? The soul god finally remembered his purpose. Why is there another cultivator with 3 grand Tao form in the East Sea? Who made the rule that there can only be one in the East Sea? Jiang Changkong held his chin and looked at the 2 in confusion. The 2 were silent. Who made the rule? They certainly didn't. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about Nan Yang until now. It doesn't matter who made the rules. Under normal circumstances, only one can appear in the East Sea. Jiang Changkong shrugged. I don't know anything. I can't tell you why even if you ask me. I can't possibly tell you that I can learn whatever I want, right? His essence, chi, and spirit improved, becoming one that was most suitable for him. He now had 7 great Tao. As long as one had enough resources and cultivation techniques, Jiang Chankong was confident that he could cultivate the 3,000 great Tao. The 2 near gods fell silent again. This was not a normal situation, and they could not understand it either. Jiang Chankong spoke again. I still want to ask you what's going on. When I saw Nanyang, I wondered if you were lying to me. Body refining near God, I'm not lying to you. That's not right. You can cultivate many great Taos, and you are not limited to the 3 great war physiques. You are far above them. If we were to fight at the same level, you would be the last one. The body refinement god silently nodded, agreeing with these words. Jiang Chankong's battle prowess at the same level was too terrifying. No one at the same level could withstand a single move from him. He had even killed 2 early-stage Star Sages and fought 2 mid-stage Star Sages alone, forcing the Black Rock race to retreat. The 3 great battle bodies definitely could not do this. Also, Jiang Chankong's current body was very strange. It was as if he had cultivated himself into a great Tao, an incarnation of the great Tao in the human world. This was something that the 3 great battle bodies could not do. Neither could they. Right? I heard from Englili that you were all betting on the appearance of the supreme battle bodies to unlock the secret of becoming a celestial. Jiang Chankong said lightly, since you've already made the wrong choice, why not make the best of it and give me all the resources and nurture me well? You want to be the celestial kingdom emperor? Ascend the throne? The 2 frowned. No, I just want resources. Whoever wants the throne can have it. Jiang Chankong took out a 10th grade star crystal. For example, this and the golden substance. Do you think we still have resources? The near god asked. 2 poor bastards. Jiang Chankong sighed inwardly. Why were the people who invested in him 2 poor near gods? However, we can tell you that there are still resources in the Sea of Flowers Kingdom. The near god said. Hua Tianrui, I have a grudge against her. Do you want to kill me? Jiang Chankong's expression changed. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Don't worry. Hua Tianrui won't kill you. The remnant soul you swallowed back then also had incomplete memories. If it had complete memories, she would not give us face. The near god said lightly, It's up to you whether you want to go or not. This is the place where we found the resources. I'll give it to you. The near god pointed and sent the information to him. It's up to you whether you can get it or not. The near god said again, We can only guarantee that the near god won't attack you. You can deal with the rest yourself. After that, the 2 of them disappeared into the Tao pattern. Brother Kong, these 2 guys seem to be good to you. The nether dragon crawled out of Jiang Chankong's arms. He had been hiding and didn't dare to come out. Jiang Chankong sighed softly. It's a tiring life. Let's go. Although it was good, it was not as good as Englioli and the others to Nanyang. It was the near god who brought people to get resources, while he was given a place with resources to find by himself. However, he didn't feel anything in his heart. It was enough to have 2 near gods to protect him and not let other near gods attack him. If they really took out resources and sent him to the near god level, he really didn't know how to repay them in the future. It was good now. When he became an immortal, he would help them, so their investment would not be in vain. The top priority now was to become a star saint. Only when he became a star saint and the near god didn't come out could he run amok in the void. He believed that when he wanted to leave, an ordinary peak star saint would not be able to stop him. Where are we going? The nether dragon asked. The homeland of the Flood Dragon King. There is a dead star relic on the way. We can go take a look. Jiang Chankong brought the netherworld dragon to the location of the dead star. The 2 near gods to give him some resources, but most of them were owned by Starry Sky, lords and great lords. They didn't need to give them at all. Which lord didn't have resources? Moreover, they couldn't rob others for no reason. Fortunately, there was information about a few unowned relics, and he could go into seclusion. Half a month later, Jiang Chongkong and the Nether Dragon came to a dark area. Half a star floated in the starry sky. There were many meteorites nearby, and some spatial cracks were extremely dangerous. Only a star saint could suppress this place. Jiang Chongkong ignored these spatial cracks. His body was covered in dense Tao patterns, unable to shake his body. The Nether Dragon shrank in his arms, not daring to show its head. They descended and stepped into the half-star. There was no gravity on the dead star, and there was no aura of the great path. The ground cracked, and a deep abyss appeared. Jiang Chongkong entered the abyss with the Nether Dragon. The relic hidden deep underground flickered with starlight, which was especially eye-catching in this dark night. The earthy yellow starlight floated in the abyss and did not dissipate. There was an earthy yellow vortex at the bottom of the abyss, and the starlight came out from the vortex. Without hesitation, Jiang Chongkong flew in. Rumble. 5-colored light shone, and a palm-like mountain pressed down. Chapter 4:15. Is this the 5 Elements Mountain? Jiang Chongkong turned into a beam of light and dodged the attack with the Abyss Dragon. However, the mountain seemed to have intelligence and chased after them. Brother Kong, the 5 Elements Mountain, is a legend. It's at the level of deities. The Abyss Dragon shrieked and soared into the sky. Evil spirits roared above the yellow spring. However, these evil spirits weren't very powerful. The strongest among them was only a celestial form martial artist. Jiang Chongkong's expression froze. He no longer dodged and punched at the 5-color mountain peak. Boom! The mountain peak shook. Boundless Tao patterns appeared on Jiang Chongkong's body, densely packed together as he resisted the mountain peak. The 5-colored light shone, and the power of the 5 Elements Mountain pressed down. The weight of the 5 Elements Mountain kept increasing as a terrifying pressure bore down on them. Golden Body. Without hesitation, the Golden Body was activated. The power of the Great Path of Strength swept over 10,000 miles. Rumble. Under the Golden Body, the 5 Elements Mountain was also getting taller and bigger. The pressure was getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Chongkong frowned. He activated the astral power in his body again and activated the 3 doctrine forms. Terrifying power surged, and his muscles bulged like a mountain, resisting the pressure of the 5 Elements Mountain. The power of the 5 Element Mountain finally calmed down. Jiang Chongkong heaved a sigh of relief. The Abyss Dragon flew into the sky and lay on Jiang Chongkong's shoulder. After so many years, the power at the entrance can still force you to activate the 3 doctrine forms. Jiang Chongkong was also shocked. His power wasn't weaker than a mid-stage star saint. However, the 5 Elements Mountain at the entrance had the power of a mid-stage star saint. What about the deeper part? The 2 immortals only knew that there were relics here, but they had never been here. Looking over, it was empty within 10,000 miles. There was only the yellow ground. 10,000 miles away, there were some bare 5 Elements Mountain, just like the one on his body. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Chongkong walked forward. Because of the pressure from the 5 Elements Mountain, he could only cover 1,000 miles with one step. The bare mountain was about 2,000 feet high. The patterns on it were intertwined and gave off a mysterious aura. Jiang Chongkong frowned slightly and carefully touched the mountain with astral power. Buzz! The star power fell and the mountain shook slightly. Tao patterns flashed, and the star power dissipated. There was no movement on the mountain peak. There was no danger. This formation, Jiang Chongkong was puzzled. Was it just an ordinary mountain? Looking around, there were many mountain peaks with interweaving great Tao patterns. Jiang Chongkong carried the huge mountain and carefully walked forward. Brother Kong, over there, that mountain peak is broken. The abyss dragon pointed to the left. Among the many mountains, there was a broken one that stood out. He took a few steps and arrived in front of the broken mountain peak. The patterns of the great path on the mountain peak were also broken. Jiang Chongkong continued to work on it. At the bottom, there were star characters engraved. The netherworld dragon flew down and chanted, "5 elemental devil refinement land. Anyone who enters this place will be turned into spiritual essence." 5 elements, devil refinement land. Spiritual essence. Jiang Chongkong looked at the star text on it. Apart from this content, there was nothing else. The abyss dragon got up, flew into the sky, and swept its gaze across the area. Soon it had a new discovery. There's a problem over there. It's still glowing. Although the nearby mountain peaks were 5 elements mountain, there was no light shining, and the power of the great path did not circulate. The human and dragon rushed to the glowing mountain peak. Here, 5 colors shone, and the brilliance was dazzling. Why is this mountain shining? The abyss dragon flew around the mountain in puzzlement. It shook its head and said, "It's the same as the other mountains. There are no star characters engraved." Jiang Chongkong could not see what was going on either. He reached out and pressed on the mountain peak. A slight rebounding force came, but it could not shake him. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from within the mountain peak, accompanied by the voice of the star characters. "Which race is outside? There's someone inside." The abyss dragon returned to Jiang Chongkong's side with a whoosh and looked at the mountain peak warily. "It might not be a human. This is the land of devil refinement," Jiang Chongkong said coldly. "It might be a demon. The one outside, save me. I'm from the golden feather race. Save me." A voice came from within the mountain peak again. "Golden feather race." Jiang Chongkong and the abyss dragon looked at each other. They did know about the golden feather race. It was a super lord in the universe, and there were almost deities in the race. It was said that they had the bloodline of the golden winged rock. Over the years, although the bloodline had thinned, it could still transform into a golden rock. The golden feather race was still some distance away from the dead zone. They would pass by it on their way to the 8th Ocean King's ruins. "Who are you from the golden feather race? Why are you here?" Jiang Chongkong asked. "I'm Yu Qinyan from the golden feather race. I was tricked into coming here by the sky scorpion race. They stole my treasures and wanted to use this devil refinement formation to kill me here. Over the years, they have used this place as an excuse to attract strong cultivators to suppress this place." A voice came from within the mountain peak with a hint of urgency. "Save me. When I return to the golden feather race, I will definitely repay your kindness. Before I save you, shouldn't you tell me what spiritual accumulation is?" Jiang Chongkong said indifferently. The sky scorpion race was a big lord nearby. It was said that there were a few peak star saints in the race. Yu Qinyan didn't mention spiritual accumulation. He only said that the sky scorpion race had tricked him into coming here, stole his treasures, and used this place to kill him. If they really wanted to kill him, how could a few peak star saints not be able to kill him? How could they let him live until now? The star text had said that the devil refinement ground of 5 elements would turn into spiritual accumulation. The sky scorpion race probably wanted to refine you, Qinyan, into spiritual accumulation. The mountain peak was silent and didn't answer. Jiang Chongkong spoke again. "They want to refine you into spiritual accumulation, right? You're from the sky scorpion race." Yu Qinyan's voice became cold. "I saw half a mountain peak. It said that the devil refinement ground of 5 elements would turn into spiritual accumulation here." Jiang Chongkong said indifferently, "If you don't tell me, pretend that I never came." "Who are you?" A voice came from the mountain peak. "Which race are you from?" "Earthling." "If you really want to say which race, I don't know if you've heard of the human race." "Earthling." Human race? Yu Qinyan was surprised and then said excitedly, "Save me, we're not enemies." "But we're not friends either," Jiang Changkong continued. "I can save you, but tell me more about the spiritual accumulation." "All right, the spiritual accumulation is everything of a cultivator, from the spiritual soul to the great path. Everything is refined into a piece of crystal. It's similar to a star crystal, but different from a star crystal. The spiritual accumulation contains the path of a cultivator." Yu Qinyan explained, "I've already told you. If you save me, I'll definitely repay you." Jiang Changkong looked at the mountain peak. Yu Qinyan didn't want to tell him before because he was worried that Jiang Changkong knew about the spiritual accumulation and that the formation would directly take it. "Save me. Even if you know about the spiritual accumulation, you can't wait here forever. In a few years, when the Sky Scorpion race finds out, they'll definitely hunt you down. When I come out, the Golden Feather race will definitely protect the human race." Yu Qinyan's voice came again. Jiang Changkong laughed. "Do I need the protection of the Golden Feather race?" However, he could really be saved. The spiritual force of a star saint was at most 4,000 points. The Golden Feather race was famous for their speed. When they passed by, they might be able to borrow it. "Okay, I'll save you. Do you have any simple methods?" "No. Try to see if you can break it open. If not, go out and ask for help or find a way to contact the Golden Feather race." Chapter 416. Smash Jiang Changkong thought for a while and asked the Nether Dragon to step back. He raised his hands and hugged the 5 Elements Mountain. Roar! With a roar, Jiang Changkong's blood chi shook and the 3 great paths intertwined to suppress the 5 Elements Mountain. Then he swung the 5 Elements Mountain and smashed it down. Rumble! The 2 mountains collided. Patterns spread and 5-colored divine lights shone. A tyrannical, rebounding force forced Jiang Changkong to take a few steps back, and the 5-element mountain in his hand almost slipped out of his grasp. Rumble! It smashed down again. The underground mountain shook violently, and the Tao patterns dimmed a little. The Nether Dragon watched from afar and didn't dare to get close. Boom! The patterns became dimmer and dimmer. Jiang Changkong shouted, "Put more strength in there. We'll work together." "Okay," Yu Qinyan replied. A roar came from inside the mountain. Rumble! After smashing for an hour, the 5-element mountain in Jiang Changkong's hand broke into pieces. Finally, there were changes to the mountain below. Crack! The patterns of the great path collapsed and cracks appeared on the mountain. Beams of golden light rushed out of the mountain. Shriek! A feeble cry was heard. Endless golden light rushed to the mountain. Rumble! The mountain finally exploded. A golden figure rushed out of the mountain and flew up. "I'm finally out. Scorpio, I'm going to kill your entire clan." A golden rock circled in the sky and let out a furious roar. Then it dived down and turned into a young man. He had an aquiline nose and sharp eyes. His face was pale, but he still looked proud. "Earthling, you're not bad. Follow me, and I'll protect your planet." "Ahem, I don't need your protection. I just want to ask you, do the other mountains have spiritual reserves?" Jiang Changkong pressed the 5 Elements Mountain on his head and asked. "Cherish the chance I'm giving you, Earthling." Yu Qinyan looked unhappy. He put his hands behind his back. "Since you saved me, I'll make you my guard. Do the other mountains have spiritual reserves?" Jiang Changkong frowned. "Have you become stupid after being locked in there? Earthling, are you listening to me? The great Golden Feather race." Bang! Jiang Changkong slapped the Golden Feather race, being to the ground. "I say, do the other mountains have spiritual reserves?" Since they weren't of the same species, it was difficult to communicate with them. "Stupid Earthling, how dare you hit me? Ouch, ouch, ouch." Jiang Changkong rubbed the ground. This Golden Feather race star sage let out a blood-curdling scream as a few golden feathers fell from his body. Why don't you let me eat it? The abyss dragon flew down and opened its mouth wide. Stop, stop. Little broken ball, let me tell you, the golden feather race has a near god. How many? One. I have several of them on Earth. What's there to be proud of? Jiang Changkong slapped Yu Qinyan again, and Yu Qinyan vomited blood. Not to mention one near god. Even if you called out 3 or 5, would you still be able to attack me? Behind me, there are at least 2 or 3 near gods. Thousand Feather was dumbfounded from the beating and dumbfounded from the fear. Earth has a few near gods? You're joking, right? Brother, let's talk this out. Don't get physical. It was all my fault just now. Thousand Feather hurriedly spoke. His arrogance had completely dissipated. Jiang Changkong stopped. Thousand Feather almost collapsed on the ground. His body shrank, and the incomplete 5 Elements mountain also shrank, pressing down on his head. Thousand Feather looked up at the Abyss Dragon, and then at Jiang Changkong on top of the 5 Elements mountain. His face twitched. Now answer my question, Jiang Changkong said. The other mountains don't have spirit reserves. The Scorpio race obtained the method to open this place. Once a spirit reserve is born, it will be taken away. Thousand-Year Feather tried to stand up and explained. We came for nothing. The Abyss Dragon was a bit disappointed. It looked at Thousand Feather up and down. It seems we've saved a piece of trash. I'm not trash, you loach. Thousand Feather exploded. I'm a genius of the Golden Feather race. I reached the peak of Star Sage in 1,000 years. Peak of Star Sage? How did you end up like this? The Abyss Dragon said disdainfully. So weak. Thousand Feather, you're just a Star Sage. How dare you look down on me? Never mind, I won't argue with you. I'll find you when I recover. Jiang Changkong was also a bit disappointed. Then let's go. There's nothing here. I was tricked by those 2 near gods. Did the near god send you here? How many near gods are there on Earth? Thousand Feather asked carefully. Those who were close to gods were existences that were closest to immortals and gods. Those who were not close to gods could be said to be ants. Thousand Feather had been refined by the 5 Elements demon refining formation. His strength as a peak Star Sage was now inferior to even Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong didn't say anything. 3 star symbols appeared between his eyebrows. Thousand Feather was indeed a peak Star Sage. He saw through it at a glance. 3? More than that. These are just the 3 I know. There are others I don't know. Jiang Changkong stood up and said indifferently, Perform well. When the time comes, Earth will protect you. The Abyss Dragon held back his laughter and stopped looking down on him. Don't go, brother. There are still treasures here, Thousand Feather said hurriedly. Oh, what kind of treasure? Jiang Changkong asked curiously. Spiritual accumulation? There's no spiritual accumulation, but there are immortal opportunities. Thousand Feather said mysteriously. I found this by accident during the years I was refined. He opened his palm, and a fingernail-sized golden object appeared in front of Jiang Changkong. Essence, Qi, and Spirit. 1,000,000. Withdraw. 100,000 essence, Qi, and Spirit. It was the same as the soul of a near god. However, this thing asked withdraw instead of cannot. Can this be absorbed? Jiang Changkong took the golden object and asked. Only near God can absorb it. This thing has been refined by the 5 Elements demon refining formation. Although it can be absorbed, it can't be absorbed without reaching the near God level. Thousand Feather explained. A lot? Jiang Changkong asked hurriedly. A lot, but it's underground. It accidentally flew out when the 5 Elements demon refining formation was activated. I picked it up. Thousand Feather pointed at the broken peak. The inside of the peak was empty, but there were runes carved inside. Then what are we waiting for? Let's destroy this place and take all of it. Jian Changkong rushed to the broken peak. He was going to be rich. If there were a lot of them, he might be able to become a star saint directly. Thousand Feather flew forward. Let's break this place together after I recover. This is for you. Jian Changkong threw a bottle of lower grade 11 recovery potion at him. It wasn't enough for him to recover completely, but it would be enough for him to open this place. He wasn't stupid enough to take out more potions to help him recover. What if he turned on him after he recovered? A near god could only scare this guy a little. Thank you. Thousand Feather took the potion and recovered a lot of his astral power. The two worked together. Thousand Feather turned into a rock and slashed down with his claws. Rumble. Their attacks landed. The broken peak couldn't take it anymore and collapsed completely. Cracks appeared in the ground. Jian Changkong saw some golden objects through the cracks. They were full of power. The underworld dragon also attacked, but it was too weak. There was no difference. Chapter 417. As the two attacked, the bottom of the mountain finally cracked open. A giant hole appeared, and a pile of golden materials appeared in sight. They had all been processed. Now, Jian Changkong didn't even have to use equipment to process them. Putting away all the golden materials, the two people and the dragon jumped down and found it was a passage. Let's go take a look. Jian Changkong suggested. Let's go. Thousand Feather walked forward without hesitation. The two walked side by side, and the abyss dragon was on him. Jian Changkong stepped into the passage. The 5 elements mountain above his head disappeared, and his body relaxed. Golden Fur, aren't you a peak star saint? How come you can't even break the mountain? The abyss dragon asked. Thousand Feather's face darkened. I'm not Golden Fur. I'm Thousand Feather. I was tricked into coming here, and then I was attacked. Thousand Feather had been tricked by the Scorpio race, saying that this was an undeveloped relic. The Gold Feather race was a super race, and he was a peak star saint. Relying on his strength and background, he came in. Who knew that the Scorpio race would really trick him, and several peak star saints attacked him together. In the end, he was captured alive, and all his treasures and resources were taken away. He was also locked in the mountain until he met Jian Changkong. If Jian Changkong hadn't come, he would have lasted at most 1 more year with his current strength. As they went deeper, Jian Changkong picked up a few more golden materials. What are these? I don't know. I only know that they're divine items that surpass gods. Thousand Feather shook his head. I heard from the gods that they're treasures. Didn't the gods behind you tell you? The gods behind me only told me that there are many of these things in the universe, and told me to walk around. Jian Changkong took the golden materials and said, Thousand Feather thought for a while. It's a bit early for you to walk around. Based on your strength, just now, you're only a mid-stage star saint. You haven't reached your limit yet. Should I wait until I'm a peak star saint? Jian Changkong raised his eyebrows. A peak star saint would be the best. Normally, at my level, I can't make any progress with just cultivation and all kinds of resources. I can only wander around, search for relics, and comprehend the Tao of God. Thousand Feather explained, usually when one reaches the peak of Star Saint realm, he or she will come out and walk around in pursuit of the God realm. Ascetic cultivation is too slow and there aren't enough resources. Jian Changkong shook his head and said, Earth has almost exhausted all its resources to produce those near gods. Whether it was Earth, the Void Realm, or even the nearby starry skies, almost all the top-grade resources had been plundered clean by them. Jian Changkong wasn't willing to stay and become a member of the Celestial Nation, so he had no choice but to leave on his own. As they spoke, the 2 men and the dragon arrived at the end of the tunnel. A huge space glowed with colorful light. This is the core of the 5 elements demon refining formation. Thousand Feather's face lit up with joy as he rushed in. The Scorpio race didn't find this place. The five-colored space was filled with great Tao patterns that formed the five elements fiend refinement formation. Ding ding! Crystal after crystal collided with each other. Thousand-Year Feather looked at his feet in surprise. Come here, there's actually a spiritual pool here. Jiang Chongkong stepped into the room. The ground was full of spiritual pools. Essence, spirit, and spirit. 100, 1,000, 200. Withdraw. They had all been taken care of. How many strong cultivators have been refined here? Jiang Chongkong was shocked. There was spiritual pools under their feet. Their legs had already sunk in, but they still hadn't reached the bottom. I don't know, but it definitely wasn't done by the Scorpio race. Thousand-Year Feather picked up a piece of spiritual pool. This is the peak of the Star Saint Peak. Many strong cultivators must have come here over the years. Jiang Chongkong's soul force extended downwards for a few hundred meters. He looked around and saw countless tunnels leading to this place. They must have been refined into spiritual pools and sent here. At the bottom, there was some golden substance. How do we split it? Thousand-Year Feather looked at Jiang Chongkong. I sincerely hope that Earth and the Golden Feather race can be friends for generations to come. After knowing that Earth had a few near gods, he lost all his arrogance. Earth sheltered the Golden Feather race. If it were someone else, he wouldn't have taken out the golden substance. He would have done it himself. You can have the late stage and peak Star Saint Peak, and I'll take the rest. How about you take 1/3 of the rest? Jiang Chongkong pondered. Although the late stage and peak Star Saint Peak contained a lot of essence, there weren't many of them, only a few thousand in total. As for the rest, there were hundreds of thousands of them. Brother, you're a good friend. Thousand-Year Feather looked excited. I only need 1/4 of the golden substance. I'll take advantage of you this time. The more one cultivated, the more precious the resources became. In Thousand-Year Feather's eyes, these late-stage and peak Star Saints were worth as much as the star path. But Jiang Chongkong was different. As long as he had essence, quantity could surpass quality. The underworld dragon didn't need these spiritual pools because it didn't have the corpse path or the ghost path. The two started to divide the spiritual pools. The late stage and peak Star Saints were given to Thousand-Year Feather, and the rest to Jiang Chongkong. 2 hours later, the spiritual accumulation was completely gone, and the golden substance underneath was revealed. Jiang Chongkong took 3/4, and Thousand-Year Feather took 1/4. Then the gazes of the two people and one dragon fell on the passages. They went into the passages to search for the golden substance. Jiang Chongkong found some again, and Abyss Dragon and Thousand-Year Feather had some. After 3 days, they searched all the passages. Most of them didn't have the golden substance, and only a few did. Let's leave this place and find a place to train in seclusion. Jiang Chongkong said, Okay. Thousand-Year Feather nodded. The two people and one dragon rushed out of the ruins and left this dead zone. They found a dead star nearby, and the two people and one dragon entered the star to train in seclusion. Abyss Dragon went into seclusion first. It hadn't digested the Star Saint body yet. Thousand-Year Feather wanted to recover his cultivation. Although this star was a dead star, it had spiritual pools and didn't lack energy. After they all went into seclusion, Jiang Chongkong started to count his gains. Low-grade star path spiritual accumulations, 51,000 pieces, middle grade 263,000 pieces, high grade 134,000 pieces, peak grade 61,000 pieces, Star Saint low grade 50,000, mid grade 10,000, total essence, chi and spirit 237, 3,213 pieces of golden substance. That was 21. 3 million. Adding on the 200 million Nan Yuyang prepared and the 20 million he got from killing the two Star Saints, There were more than 130 million before, and more than 600 million essence, chi, and spirit. It was enough for him to perfect 3 martial arts. Every piece of spiritual pool belonged to a powerful being. If it was arranged by someone, it was likely to be a person close to God. In Jiang Changkong's opinion, such a large formation could only be arranged by someone close to God. Abyss Dragon stayed in seclusion for 3 months before coming out. His cultivation had also reached the peak of Star Path. While Thousand-Year Feather was still recovering, Jiang Changkong hurriedly sank into the ground and went into seclusion. This time he had perfected 3 martial arts, and his strength had increased by another level. Ordinary star saints were no match for him. He had already decided on the 3 martial arts. Immortal, Golden Body, Imperial Scripture, and Tai Chi True Scripture were the 3 martial arts he often used. Golden light shone. Jiang Changkong upgraded the 3 martial arts and suppressed his fluctuations. Chapter 418. Jiang Changkong had been in seclusion for a month, and his Tao form had also caught up. 100% of the Great Path. The Tao form could be considered complete, and its power had increased again. With the 3 Tao forms, he could definitely kill mid-stage star saints, and a single element could definitely crush early-stage star saints. With the Tao form completed, Jiang Changkong's Great Path energy was extremely dense. He was like a great path walking in the human world. Jiang Changkong. Star Path Peak Top Grade Lower Grade Martial Arts. Indestructible Golden Body. Complete. 171. 5 of 171. 5 Tai Chi Scripture. Complete. 171. 5 of 171. 5 Sun Scripture. Complete. 1/171. 5 Moon Scripture. Complete. 1/171. 5 Death Heavenly Blade. Complete. 1/171. 5 Sky Imperial Scripture. Complete. 171. 5 of 171. 5 Cloud Daoist Scripture. Complete. 1/171. 5 Top Grade Lower Grade Array Art. Battle Body Star Formation. Incomplete Complete. 1/171. 5 Essence Energy Spirit. 1027-31288. Stepping out of the ground. Jiang Changkong's energy hadn't been completely restrained yet. Seeing Jiang Changkong, Qin Yinyu was shocked. You're only at the peak of the star path. Is there a problem? Jiang Changkong smiled. He did it on purpose. He purposely revealed his energy for Qin Yinyu to see. No wonder. No wonder you have the marks of 3 near gods. Qin Yinyu murmured as if he had finally figured it out. It made sense now that such a genius had 3 near gods behind him. How could an ordinary person have 3 near gods watching over him? Could it be that you are one of the possessors of the 3 great combat bodies, the ultimate combat body cultivator? Qian Yin, you came to his senses and stared at him. I don't have them if it's the moon or the sun. Jiang Changkong said indifferently, but I have the soul, Tai Chi, and the great path of strength. Before Qian Yin, you could speak, the underworld dragon flew over. You're talking about Nan Yang. My little brother is much stronger than him. Nan Yang? Much stronger? Qian Yin, you was confused. The possessor of the 3 supreme battle physiques on Earth is none other than Nan Yang. He is also the immortal emperor of an immortal empire. Jiang Changkong said proudly, as for me, although I have also cultivated the 3 great battle physiques, it is not the invincible battle physique that you speak of. Thousand-Year Feather's mind was a mess. What was going on? 1 in each of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. 2 from the Eastern Sea region, and they were all from Earth. How is your strength recovering? Jiang Changkong asked. I've recovered to the peak of the Star Saint level, but I'm still not at the perfect state. Thousand-Year Feather said, I don't have any medicine left, so I can only slowly recover. But it's not a big deal, it just takes some time. Next, are you going to find the Scorpio race for revenge, or what? Jiang Changkong asked. What are your plans? Thousand-Year Feather didn't rush to answer. A deity has entrusted us with a task, Jiang Changkong said calmly. He might pass by your golden feather race. I'm going back too. Let's go together, Thousand-Year Feather said. You're not going to get revenge. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. How is that possible? I can't deal with the Scorpio race on my own. Thousand-Year Feather sneered. They've forgotten how strong the golden feather race is. I'm going back to gather my people and destroy the Scorpio race. Then let's go, Jiang Changkong said. It seemed that Thousand-Year Feather was very rational. Going back to find someone was the wisest decision. Of course, if he didn't want to go back, Jiang Changkong would be happy to recommend him to Nan Yang. The Scorpio race had no choice but to submit. Come up. Thousand-Year Feather turned into a giant golden rock. Thank you. Jiang Changkong and the underworld dragon flew onto Thousand-Year Feather's back. Thousand-Year Feather's hands shook, and he instantly soared into the sky, turning into a beam of golden light and leaving the dead zone. The Golden Rock. There's a legend on Earth that it can soar 90,000 miles. Yours isn't just 90,000 miles. Jiang Changkong smiled. You're wrong. 90,000 miles is the sky of the past. Back then, there were billions of stars in the sky. Thousand-Year Feather said proudly, my ancestor could fly 1% of the East Sea in a day. Jiang Changkong. You're exaggerating. Earth's near gods needed a month to return from the space gate. That's not even 1% of the sky. Your ancestor could fly from the space gate to Earth in less than a day. The East Sea was 1/12 of the sky. The sky now is not the same as it was in the ancient times. Back then, when immortals and gods were equal, even near gods didn't dare to leave the planet. Thousand-Year Feather continued. Back then, near gods could only rule the planet. The ancestor I'm talking about isn't the current near gods. Is it because the sky is too dangerous? The underworld dragon interrupted. No, I heard from the ancestor that the ancient stars were extremely sturdy. Even immortals couldn't destroy them. Each star had its own world barrier that near gods couldn't break through. They could only leave the planet through the space gate. Thousand-Year Feather told them some ancient secrets as he flew. Unfortunately, the immortals suddenly left and the world barrier disappeared for some reason. The stars became extremely fragile. High-level martial artists could shatter a normal star space, and star path martial artists could even step into the starry sky. Star sages could do whatever they wanted, and near gods were at the top of the sky. Buzz! A black light suddenly appeared in front of them, merging with the dark sky. Thousand-Year Feather jumped into the sky, dodging the black light. His expression was cold. The scorpion race has found their way. It was a scorpion the size of a star. It was black all over. It was the scorpion that released the black light. Thousand-Year Feather, it's been 4 years. I'm surprised you didn't die. Instead, you escaped. The giant scorpion opened its mouth, its voice cold and overflowing with black light. Careful, this black light is poisonous. You go first, I'll follow. Thousand-Year Feather's expression was solemn. Kill! The scorpion roared. There were countless scorpions under its body. These scorpions were the size of small mountains. Patterns flowed on their bodies, giving off powerful auras. Mid-stage star sages. These are his clones. They can kill mid-stage and late-stage star sages. Once poisoned, they'll lose a lot of power. Thousand-Year Feather flapped his wings. Can't we run? Abyss Dragon panicked. You can. I'll open an opening. Thousand-Year Feather's body radiated golden light in all directions. Jiang Changkong and Abyss Dragon only then realized that a top-level killing formation had been set up around them. Are you sure you can kill this old scorpion? Jiang Changkong asked. If he dares to fight to the death, I'll kill him. I'm just afraid I can't keep him. Unless I can destroy his clones and weaken him, I'll have some confidence, Thousand-Year Feather whispered. Countless scorpions had already rushed over, releasing poisonous gas. Then let's do it. I'll just take care of these clones. Jiang Chongkong stepped into the sea of scorpions with Abyss Dragon. Patterns shone all over him, shaking the starry sky. 3 great path forms, Thousand Zhang Golden Body, were activated. Thousand-Year Feather was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chongkong to choose to kill these scorpions. Seeing this, he didn't say anything else. He flapped his wings and charged at the giant scorpion. Rumble! The golden rock and the sky scorpion collided. The starry sky trembled. Boundless star power and the might of the way rushed into the sky. You've recovered your power? The sky scorpion's expression changed as soon as they started fighting. Old scorpion, I'll kill you first, then your sky scorpion clan. Yu Chenyan let out a long roar, and the golden light fell like a giant heavenly sword. Chapter 419. The 1,000-foot-tall golden body had 3 Tao forms. It was like an eternal grand Tao. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chongkong turned the sky scorpion into powder. The poisonous stingers couldn't break the 3 Tao forms. The poisonous gas in the sky was isolated by the Tao patterns. Occasionally, some of it floated into his mouth, and the hidden Tao appeared to eliminate it. Even the remnant souls of gods couldn't exist in his body, let alone the poisonous gas. The nether dragon hid on Jiang Chongkong's back. It occasionally came out of his clothes and shrank back after a glance. None of these sky scorpions were weaker than mid-stage star saints. On the other side, Yu Chenyan had turned into a giant golden rock, which wasn't any weaker than the sky scorpions. Wherever it passed, the shock waves stirred up a storm. The sharp claws fell and cracked the sky scorpion's defenses, but the scorpion's tail was terrifying. When it swung, the nearby stars trembled. Yu Chenyan carefully dodged the sky scorpions, not daring to be hit by their tails. 2 creatures as large as stars clashed. Jiang Chongkong's 1,000-foot-tall body was like an ant. Endless starlight bloomed, and the power of the Tao swept out for billions of miles. Dense Tao patterns filled the starry sky. Jiang Chongkong destroyed a large group of sky scorpions again. The giant sky scorpions noticed him. The death of a large number of small sky scorpions weakened his strength. He started to withdraw the sky scorpions. You think you can leave? Jiang Chongkong sneered. Thousands of yin-yang flowers grew in the starry sky. The power of yin and yang turned into a river of stars, which gathered into a giant yin-yang flower. The Tao of strength and the Tao of soul were contained in the yin-yang flower. The retreating sky scorpions grew many yin-yang flowers. A 1,000-foot-tall figure appeared behind Jiang Chongkong. Thousands of flowers bloomed around it. A thick fragrance filled the starry sky. All the sky scorpions stopped retreating. They fell into an illusion and started fighting each other. Boom! The flowers bloomed one after another, and the power of the Tao exploded. The sky scorpions exploded and turned into powder. Roar! The giant sky scorpions roared, and the powerful Tao shook. Endless starlight attacked and forced Yu Chenyan back. Ant, go and die! The scorpion tail smashed down like a heavenly pillar, shaking the starry sky. Dense black light flickered. Lines that covered the starry sky also gave off black light. They were like chains that bound Jiang Chongkong. Screech! Yu Chenyan roared. Like a golden star, he charged over at a speed faster than the scorpion's tail. Jiang Chongkong retreated. Millennium Feather was able to block the scorpion's tail, so he had to retreat quickly to avoid being affected by the aftermath. However, just as Zhang Xian took a step back, the encircling black light swiftly shrank, like a giant python trying to squeeze him to death. His body shrank rapidly as the black light surged over and engulfed him. Rumble. Thousand-Year Feather finally arrived. A beam of golden light tore through the golden light surrounding Jiang Changkong and landed on the scorpion's tail. Jiang Changkong seized the chance to retreat with the Abyss Dragon. The terrifying shock waves of the Great Path surged, and Jiang Changkong was sent tumbling hundreds of millions of miles away. His body was full of cracks, and his 3 great forms of the way had cracked. Thousand-Year Feather, you can't protect him. Even the shock waves can kill him. The giant sky scorpion roared. Its star-like body crawled, and the scorpion's tail swung again. Jiang Changkong, get out of here, quickly. Thousand-Year Feather flapped his wings and blocked in front of Jiang Changkong. The might of the Great Path blocked a large amount of the shock waves. Okay. Jiang Changkong responded and prepared to leave with the Abyss Dragon. However, as soon as he turned around, he was stunned. The Abyss Dragon climbed up from his back. Hurry up, Brother Kong. What are you waiting for? Shouldn't she dissipate? Jiang Changkong looked at the seemingly real and illusory figure, the incomplete soul-killing array, and the condensed flower sky pistol. His soul-killing array had exploded, but this figure still hadn't dissipated? Changkong, why aren't you leaving? Thousand-Year Feather roared and swooped toward the sky scorpion. Brother Kong, hurry up and leave. Oh my God! She, the Abyss Dragon, hurriedly shouted. He looked up and was so scared that his body froze. At this moment, the sky scorpion opened its eyes. A pair of eyes bloomed with endless starlight, like 2 stars. A might of the Great Path that surpassed everything spread out. Crack! Crack! The patterns of the star array in the starry sky cracked, unable to withstand this might of the Great Path. Thousand-Year Feather sank wherever the might of the Great Path passed, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. The sky scorpion quickly retracted its tail and frantically retreated. It roared in horror. A near god! You actually brought a near god with you. Jiang Changkong, I don't even know what's going on. How did she open her eyes? I have a grudge against her. Rumble. Wherever the might of the Great Path passed, the dead stars exploded and huge fireworks bloomed. A beautiful flower grew on the sky scorpion's body and then slowly bloomed. As the flower bloomed, the sky scorpion's body began to crack. The scorpion's tail broke, and the sky scorpion erupted with a powerful might of the Great Path. It forcibly resisted the flower and quickly fled into the distance. Rumble. Before it could get far, the sky scorpion exploded into countless pieces that scattered across the starry sky. The 1,000-foot figure lowered its head and stared at Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong immediately felt a chill run down his spine. There was something wrong with his soul-killing array. There was definitely something wrong. Moreover, he felt that this 1,000-foot figure had its own consciousness. Buzz. The next moment, the 1,000-foot figure suddenly dissipated, turning into specks of light that merged into the starry sky. The pressure on Thousand-Year Feather was relieved. Only then did he fly over and grab Jiang Changkong. Let's go. He spread his wings and put away the sky scorpion's body, taking him into the distance. Golden light streaked past and changed directions. Thousand-Year Feather did not dare to stop at all. He flew for half a month before stopping on a star. This was a complete star, and there were many life forms on it, including the sky scorpion. Thousand-Year Feather turned into a human and sank into the ground with him. You scared me to death. What did you do? Only then did Thousand-Year Feather speak. His entire body was limp. I don't understand either. Jiang Changkong was also at a loss. I only learned an incomplete soul-killing array. Jiang Changkong told him what had happened. Thousand-Year Feather's face darkened. There's something wrong with your soul-killing array. A big problem. I know there's a problem now. What exactly is it? The corner of Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. Why don't you explain it clearly? Thousand-Year Feather was silent, as if thinking. After a quarter of an hour, he said, I wonder if there's a legend about inviting gods on Earth. Inviting gods? I've heard of it before. It's said that you can invite immortals to come down and bless yourself. Jiang Changkong said with a shocked expression, Don't tell me I was inviting gods just now. In ancient times, there were two types of inviting gods. One was inviting, and the other was surrendering. Inviting gods is done by oneself, but surrendering is completely different. The immortals come down on their own accord. Thousand Year Feather pondered and said, That situation just now was more like the descent of gods. Don't mess around. Hua Tianruwei is at most an incomplete, near God. Even if she obtained the method of God's descent, she would not be able to perform it. Jiang Changkong said with an ugly expression, If that was the case, wouldn't Hua Tianruwei be able to come to him at any time and slap him to death? I'm just saying what I know. Similar situations might not be like this. Thousand Year Feather shook his head. Let me find two near gods and ask them. Jiang Changkong placed a finger on his forehead and activated the imprints of the two near gods. He would not feel safe if he did not figure it out. Chapter 420. Two Tao pattern marks appeared, and the shadows of two true gods condensed. What do you want to do by contacting both of us at once? The near god asked with a frown. Before, Jiang Changkong explained, I want to figure out what's going on. You don't have to use the soul-killing array. Hua Tianruwei obtained a treasure. She can sense anyone who cultivates with her heritage and send a trace of power to them. The near god waved a hand. Since she helped you, she obviously won't hurt you. She probably just wanted to see you and helped you when she saw you were in trouble. The near god added, Don't you have a Tao rune between your eyebrows that can summon a complete near god? That's even more powerful. Jiang Changkong was speechless. All right, you've managed to see through me. Ing Liuli's Tao rune hid the star passage. Ing Liuli told him that if a near god dared to attack him, she could appear instantly by activating the Tao rune. Of course, he didn't think about using it. The battle was dangerous, but he had Yu Qinyan with him. He just didn't expect Hua Tianruwei's power to come and kill Scorpio. After the explanation, the two near deity realm experts disappeared. They didn't tell the truth. Yu Qinyan whispered, Not really. At least they didn't tell the whole story. What do you mean? Jiang Changkong frowned. According to ancient records, when the immortal god disappeared, some of the immortal god treasures were broken and had less than a tenth of their power. There are only 3 complete immortal god treasures in the world with immortal level power. Yu Qingyan said in a low voice, and these 3 treasures were broken during the star battle. Which 3? Did Hua Tianruwei get one of them? Jiang Changkong guessed. Impossible. The 3 treasures are the moon sword, the sun sword, and the mountain splitting axe. They correspond to the 3 great battle bodies. Only the 3 great battle bodies can control the 3 divine weapons. Yu Qinyan explained. The other immortal god treasures don't have the power of an immortal god, even if they're repaired. They're top-tier, near-god weapons at best. Jiang Changkong was speechless. The Tai Yin sword was an immortal weapon? That's right, the lunar palace is an immortal palace. This lunar sword came from there, so it's naturally an immortal god-level treasure. It was no wonder that the lunar sword could easily cut open the celestial palace, which required one to be close to a true god. These 2 guys must be hiding something. Jiang Changkong's expression darkened. Yu Qinyan said, When we get to the golden feather race, you can show your star to the gods of our race. Let's distribute the Scorpio's resources first, Jiang Changkong said. Millennium Feather took out Scorpio's equipment. There were mountains of resources inside, and there were many mountains. Not to mention the medicines and equipment. There was also a golden weapon that let out a buzzing sound when it sensed Millennium Feather. My golden light sword. Thousand Year Feather said emotionally, Old friend, You finally returned to my side. A top-notch Star Saint weapon, second only to a divine artifact. Hurry up and divide them. Don't just care about your weapon, Jiang Changkong urged. No matter what, it's all thanks to that god of yours. I only want the top Star Saint resources. Thousand-Year Feather put away the golden light sword, took the top Star Saint resources, and threw the rest to Jiang Changkong. Top 11th grade medicine. You can completely recover now. Then go into seclusion to recover first. Brother Dragon and I will protect you. Give the body to Brother Dragon, Jiang Changkong said. Thousand-Year Feather nodded and threw the Scorpio's body to the underworld dragon. He kept the scorpion tail. The underworld dragon caught it happily. This was the body of a top Star Saint. Together with the treasures, it was enough for him to become a Star Saint. They were in seclusion. Jiang Changkong checked the gains. The 2 early-stage Star Saints couldn't compare to his gains this time. Altogether, he had more than 100 million essences. Plus the 100 million from before, it was enough for him to perfect a cultivation method. They all needed time to go into seclusion. So Jiang Changkong went into seclusion as well. This time, he perfected the Sun Scripture. 2 people and a dragon were in seclusion, but the place where they fought attracted the attention of countless people, including the earth near God Inglioli. There were several near gods and some Star Saints. Soul-killing array, Queen of the Sea of Flowers, Hua Tianrui. A Star Saint said excitedly, I finally found a clue. Could it be related to Jiang Changkong? Ying Liuli pondered. Jiang Changkong had learned Hua Tianrui's incomplete killing array. The remaining aura here was only that of the Queen of the Sea of Flowers. It's very possible. I'm going to contact Jiang Changkong now and find Hua Tianrui through him, the Star Saint said. Hua Tianrui, the remaining special aura is surprising. Ying Liuli left these words behind and disappeared. Ancient God, he's finally out. Did he purposely reveal this unique aura? Many ancient god experts came over to take a look before disappearing. The ancient near god had not appeared for many years. In these years, the starry sky was full of new near gods. Jiang Changkong had no idea what was happening over there. He had perfected the Sun Scripture and was strengthening his Tao form. 2 months later, Jiang Changkong was the first to come out. Abyss Dragon and Yu Qinyan were still in seclusion. However, looking at Yu Qinyan's appearance, he should be able to come out in a few days. Jiang Changkong. Star Path Peak Top Rank Lower Grade Martial Art. Indestructible Golden Body. Perfected. 171. 5,000,171. 5,000,000 Tai Chi Scripture. Perfected. 171. 5,000,000/171. 5,000,000 Sun Scripture. Perfected. 171. 5,000,000/171. 5,000,000 Moon Scripture. Perfected. 1/171. 5,000,000 Death Heavenly Blade. Perfected. 1 for 171. 5,000,000 Sky Imperial Scripture. Perfected. 171. 5,000,000/171. 5,000,000 Cloud Taoist Scripture. Perfected. 1/171. 5,000,000 Top Rank Lower Grade Array Art. Battle Form Star Formation. Incomplete Perfected. 1/171. 5,000,000 Essence, Spirit, and Energy. 322-31288. Jiang Changkong's strength increased again after perfecting another martial art. It's a bit boring waiting for them. Why don't I go to this planet and have a look? Jiang Changkong left behind a barrier to protect the 2 who were in seclusion and left silently. His soul power swept across, and images of some creatures appeared in his mind. There were scorpions, green creatures, and some that looked like lizards. There were also some with strange shapes. Humans also had them, but they were a bit different from humans on Earth. Some had blue eyes, some were red, and some had pointy ears. These creatures were all talking in star language. Jiang Changkong began to eavesdrop on their conversation. The humans on Earth haven't fought their way here yet. We don't have any specific information yet, a blue-eyed, blue-haired girl said. Some time ago, there was news of the Queen of the Sea of Flowers appearing nearby. I heard it has something to do with a human on Earth. A white-haired man with white pupils said, "We can put everything else aside. We, the East Sea God Nation, have to find this human, and then the Queen of the Sea of Flowers." The girl frowned. "You've searched the homeland of the Sea of Flowers and still couldn't find her. I'm afraid the Queen of the Sea of Flowers is hiding from us. If she appeared once for this human, she will appear again," the white-haired man said coldly. "This is the decree of the Emperor of the God Nation. If you don't carry it out, our cooperation will end here." "Fine. The West Sea will cooperate with you to complete this mission. According to the information, it has something to do with the scorpions. How do you plan to investigate?" The girl drank a glass of blue water and said calmly, "We only have 1 month. By then, the humans on Earth will be here. The scorpions have set up an inescapable net. Our people are also scattered on the nearby planets. They must still be nearby. What we have to do is wait for them to come out and capture that human." The white-haired man raised his glass. "By the way, I wish you success in your mission." Chapter 421. Jiang Changkong didn't expect that people from the West Ocean Divine Kingdom and the East Ocean Divine Kingdom had already arrived. They even wanted to catch him and find Hua Tianrui. Was Hua Tianrui so important that they would rush to their deaths? However, even he didn't know where Hua Tianrui was. How could these people think that he could find her? The two weren't strong. They were only mid-stage star saints, so they didn't notice his spying. He continued to listen. An even bigger piece of information surprised him. The scorpions had surrendered. However, they didn't surrender to the Earth Divine Kingdom, but to the East Ocean Divine Kingdom. According to them, the immortal nation of Earth would arrive in a month. The scorpions would also withdraw their main force and rush to the East Ocean Divine Kingdom within this month. Jiang Changkong merged with the world and left with the two. They flew all the way to a mountain. There was a huge battleship full of soldiers. Jiang Changkong didn't approach it. This battleship was definitely at the Star Saint level. He didn't know if there were any strong cultivators inside. Yu Qianyan was still in seclusion. He decided to wait until he came out. Jiang Changkong memorized the mountain, the white-haired man, and the girls' faces and left the place. He wandered around other places and found many people from the West Ocean Divine Kingdom and the East Ocean Divine Kingdom. The scorpions and the green lizards were setting up formations on this planet. They were going to take away all the resources here, leaving only the huge planet, using the planet as a formation. And not just one planet. All the nearby planets would be set up with killing formations. When the killing formations joined forces, they would form a killing formation that was close to a god. Jiang Changkong secretly searched for living creatures and obtained information with the soul-searching technique. 3 war forms killing formation: the moon formation, the sun formation, and the force killing formation. By then, all the living creatures here would be enveloped by the 3 killing formations. Jiang Changkong was among them. As long as he was still nearby, he would have no way to escape. If he didn't come out, he would die. The killing formation would be activated in a month when the Earth Divine Kingdom attacked. The Emperor of the East Ocean Divine Kingdom was going to give the Earth Divine Kingdom a big gift. It was already 7 days later when Jiang Changkong found out the news. Back underground, Thousand Year Feather had already finished his closed-door training and had fully recovered his strength. He did not leave. Instead, he stayed underground to guard the Abyss Dragon while it went into seclusion. Seeing that Jiang Changkong had returned, Thousand Year Feather smiled and said, "I've fully recovered. If I fight the Sky Scorpion races, Star Saint again, I can definitely kill him while protecting you. We might not be able to encounter the Sky Scorpion race, Jiang Changkong said gravely. Whether or not we can return to the Golden Feather race is a problem. Thousand-Year Feather's face turned cold. The Scorpio race is after us? It's the deity kingdom of the East Sea and the deity kingdom of the West Sea. Jiang Changkong's expression was unsightly. They're coming. Jiang Changkong told Yu Qinyan everything he knew. Thousand-Year Feather's expression darkened. They actually crossed the starry sky to capture you. Maybe it's because we have to deal with Earth. Jiang Changkong guessed. If it's just to capture me, there's no need to make such a big commotion. If the Sky Scorpion race leaves, how can I take revenge? Thousand-Year Feather's expression was unsightly. Jiang Changkong frowned. I have to find a way to contact the near gods of Earth and tell them this news. The Tao pattern imprint on his body couldn't be easily activated. It was given to him by Ying Liuli to save his life. It's no use. Near gods cannot interfere in a battle between celestial kingdoms unless you have the power to fight against all of them. Thousand-Year Feather stood up, his expression extremely gloomy. We still have to inform them. We can't be unprepared, Jiang Changkong said. Plus, if we don't contact Earth, how can we survive in this killing formation? 1 month is not enough time for us to rush over. Plus, there must be an inescapable net outside. Thousand-Year Feather pondered. The only thing we can do now is to take that starship and use it to send a signal to inform Earth and the Golden Feather race. All right, but it will be difficult to take it without anyone noticing. There might be a peak star saint in the starship, Jiang Changkong said thoughtfully. It will be difficult. Let's see if you can be ruthless, Thousand-Year Feather said gravely. Tell me about it. Jiang Changkong raised his eyebrows. I've kept the scorpion tail. It has been refined by the Sky Scorpion for years and is extremely poisonous. If I can sneak attack, once the poison enters my body, I will be able to easily kill a peak star saint. Thousand-Year Feather took out the scorpion tail, his eyes cold. What you need to do is to eliminate all life on this planet in case of an accident and prevent the news from getting out. Then let's do it. They're all enemies. Let's kill them all, Jiang Changkong said calmly. Then let's act as soon as possible. Right? Do you know how to pilot a starship? Thousand-Year Feather thought of this important question. If he didn't know how to operate a starship, stealing it would be useless. I know how to search souls, Jiang Changkong said indifferently. There was nothing he couldn't do with a soul search. It was just that he wasn't familiar with it at the beginning and might be a bit slow. The two discussed for a while, and Thousand-Year Feather pointed and taught him a secret technique. Disguise technique. It can let you change your appearance, provided you don't meet any equipment or people who are too much stronger than you. Camouflage, not bad. Jiang Changkong digested this disguise technique. It was somewhat similar to the transformation techniques of the legends. However, this was only a simulation of the other party's face and aura, not a true transformation. Wake up the Abyss Dragon. We'll go capture a warrior who walked out of the starship and search his soul. After speaking, Jiang Changkong summoned the Abyss Dragon, who was in seclusion. Very soon, the Abyss Dragon appeared, somewhat dissatisfied. Brother Kong, I can feel the Star Saint realm. Something has happened. Jiang Changkong sent the information directly to him. It was too slow. The Abyss Dragon also realized the seriousness of the matter and landed on him. Then let's go. 2 men and 1 dragon left. Jiang Changkong took them to the peak where the starship was. On the peak, the warriors had already disembarked from the starship and were stationed there. Thousand-Year Feather's figure flashed. He directly grabbed one and retreated into the distance. This person was only in the Star Path realm. Jiang Changkong directly searched his soul. There's a peak star saint and 2 late-stage star saints. They are in seclusion in the starship. Normally, no one will disturb them. Jiang Changkong sent the information to them. Thousand-Year feather digested the information. That's enough. I'll change my clothes. You and the abyss dragon pay attention to the situation outside. After speaking, Thousand-Year Feather transformed into a warrior and directly walked in. With Thousand-Year Feather's strength, even the starship could not detect him. At his peak, Thousand-Year Feather was an extreme Star Saint warrior, only one step away from the God Realm. One man and one dragon waited patiently. Thousand-Year Feather had the memories of a warrior and was very familiar with the starship. The pilot of the starship was also in the starship. Inside the starship, there were only a few Star Saints in charge, and they were in a meeting. Rumble. An hour later, the starship suddenly shook, and then there was no more sound. What's going on? The warriors stationed on the peak all rushed to the starship at the same time. Jiang Changkong, who was already prepared, directly attacked. The power of the Imperial Heaven Scripture enveloped the entire area. Without the Star Saint warriors, these people did not even have time to react and were directly suppressed. Rumble. The starship shook a few more times, and then completely quieted down. Chapter 422. Thousand-Year Feather walked out of the battleship with a smile. Done. Come in. Jiang Changkong killed all the warriors with a thought, leaving only the pilot alive. The soul-stabilizing tree flew out and absorbed the souls. Jiang Changkong searched the pilot's soul for the method of piloting the battleship and proficiency in it. After half a day, Jiang Changkong finally digested the information. This person was an experienced pilot. He had piloted battleships for hundreds of years and had piloted all kinds of battleships. The man and dragon entered the battleship. The white-haired man was still there, but the blue-eyed girl was gone. One is missing. Jiang Changkong searched the pilot's soul and heaved a sigh of relief. So they left long ago. After searching the pilot's soul, Jiang Changkong learned some information about the East Sea Divine Nation, the Emperor of the Divine Nation, a cultivator of the 3 great combat bodies. There's another cultivator of the 3 great combat bodies in the East Sea Divine Nation. There should only be one in East Sea. Jiang Changkong looked at Thousand-Year Feather. There was no explanation in the white-haired man's memory. He only knew that there was an emperor in the Divine Nation who was also a cultivator of the 3 great combat bodies. This is a secret. Let's contact Earth and the Golden Feather Race first. We'll talk as we go. Thousand-Year Feather led him to the cockpit. Jiang Changkong nodded. Then he frowned and said, "According to the information, the creatures on this planet will report to us every few days." "Then kill them all so they can't set up the array," Thousand-Year Feather said coldly. "Abyss Dragon, I'll leave it to you." "Don't worry. I'm the best at this." The Abyss Dragon grinned and charged out. Jiang Changkong frowned. "I'm worried about danger. I'll let my soul incarnation go with Brother Dragon." He picked up the white-haired man's body and poured in the power of the sun. He transformed his soul and asked him to help. Only then did Jiang Changkong relax. "Power of the sun? I thought you didn't know how to use the sun and moon?" Thousand-Year Feather's eyes flashed. He had only seen the great path of strength soul and Tai Chi. I was wrong before. I mean, other than the moon, I know many other things. Jiang Changkong said indifferently and brought him to the cockpit. Yu Qianyan didn't pay attention to this for long. He continued, "Speaking of the East Sea Kingdom, we have to talk about the East Barren Territory. The Emperor of the East Sea Divine Kingdom came from the East Barren Territory. The Eastern Barren Territory had opened its star gate a long time ago. However, this great emperor had been carrying the stone box with him since he was young. In the past, he had led a miserable life, constantly being hunted down. His talent was indeed terrifying. It had only taken him 200 years to reach the peak of the Star Saint realm, and he had also learned the secret of the Starry Sky Gate. At that time, Jin Shin wanted to seize his body, and a group of people wanted to kill him. They wanted to obtain his 3 types of great Tao, and they wanted the most powerful war physique. He was similar to Jiang Chongkong, but he had the support of the Federation. As for the one from the Eastern Wilderness, the first half of his life was a complete tragedy. His women betrayed him, and his brothers framed him. The empire that he had built up with his own hands had crumbled and was about to swallow him whole. And the bigger forces also wanted his power. Fortunately, this guy was also very lucky. He could turn misfortune into fortune every time, and even pick up some treasures. Until he reached the peak of the Star Saint realm, he discovered the secret of the Stargate and opened the stone box. He tricked those Jinshin, saying that it was an immortal relic. When they thought of the unshakable Stargate, they instinctively believed him. Then, those Jinshin were heavily injured, and this great emperor ran out and met the Jinshin of the East Sea region. Knowing that he was a cultivator of the 3 major planets, the Jinshin did not hurt him. Instead, he sincerely befriended him and called some Jinshin over to avenge him. Then, the tragedy of the Eastern Wilderness happened. The Jinshin were heavily injured, and they could not resist at all. This great emperor of the East Sea Divine Kingdom was also ruthless, and he directly slaughtered more than half of the living beings. Most of the people in the East Sea Divine Kingdom were from the East Sea region, and a small number were from the Eastern Wilderness. He was lucky to have had the stone box since he was young. If the stone box had been taken by the Jinshin, he would have been dead. Jiang Chongkong smiled and said, "Unable to open the Stargate, the Eastern Wilderness person would not have been able to stop the Jinshin. Only by opening the Stargate and injuring the Jinshin could he take the opportunity to escape." However, the Eastern Wilderness was the home of the underworld dragon. He did not know if the Death Star was still there, and he did not want to be destroyed by that great emperor. Indeed, although this person is a bit pitiful, his luck is really heaven-defying. 1,000-year, Feather sighed. After a pause, he smiled and said, "My luck is also not bad. I met you before I was refined, and I even recovered my strength. Do you know what happened to the other Stargates?" Jiang Chongkong looked a bit curious. What will happen if someone succeeds in the possession? They are not strong enough, and they die miserably. If they are at the peak of the Star Saint realm, even the Jinshin will be injured. 1,000-year, Feather sneered. How can an ordinary person control such a body? After all, the Tao belongs to someone else. What's the use of possession? If they cannot suppress the 3 Tao, they will face a backlash, especially the Star Saint, who has already made the 3 Tao his own. Jiang Chongkong thought of his 7 Tao and how he could suppress a Jinshin's soul. There was also the sky scorpion poison and the puppet poison. Anything that did not belong to the body would be killed by the 7 Tao as soon as it entered the body. So the celestial nation of Earth is the true East Sea, Jiang Chongkong said. 1,000-year, Feather shrugged. But those Jinshin obviously will not support Earth. Also, most of the races in the universe still think of Earth as a small ball. Just like when we first met. Jiang Chongkong sat in the pilot's seat and said with a bit of sarcasm, "The first one to talk to me like that was an early-stage Star Saint. He has already been eaten by the underworld dragon." 1,000-year, Feather. He started the battleship and turned on the communication function. "Divine Nation of East Sea, Unparalleled Battleship 25 at your service." An electronic voice rang out. Jiang Chongkong suddenly felt a bit awkward. He paused and said, "I don't seem to remember the communication signal from Earth." 1,000-year, Feather, I seriously suspect that you are not from Earth. Contact the Golden Feather race first. The establishment of the celestial nation of Earth is a big event. We will definitely pay attention. 1,000-year, Feather said, speechlessly. Jiang Chongkong sent the operation information to 1,000-year Feather. "Please." 1,000-year Feather digested the information and said, "Help me contact the Golden Feather race." Contact signal. A ray of light flew out. It was a code made of star characters and floated in the air. "Please wait a moment," the electronic voice rang out again. An hour later, A screen appeared and a golden rock appeared. It's 1,000-year Feather. You finally remember me. Get back here and we'll lay eggs together. Jiang Chongkong, should I step back? Were you born from an egg? Didn't they say your bloodline was thin? Why are you still laying eggs? 1,000-year Feather's face twitched and was as black as the bottom of a pot. 1,000 Spirit, listen to me first. I'm in trouble this time and need the race to save me. Where are you? You need the race to save you? The golden rock hurriedly asked. I'm on a star near the Scorpio race. 1,000-year Feather told the rock about how he had been tricked into the land of 5 elements and the current situation. The Scorpio race, 1,000-year. I'll bring people over immediately, the golden rock said fiercely. I'm going to exterminate them. All right. Do you know how to contact the celestial nation of Earth? The connection has been disconnected. Do you want to reconnect? Go back and lay eggs. Didn't you know to ask earlier? Chapter 4:23. A golden rock appeared. Millennial, you finally remember me. Where have you been all these years? Come back and lay eggs with me. Jiang Chongkong suspected that the Golden Feather race had something wrong with their brains. Millennial Feather asked directly, Does the Golden Feather race have any way to contact Earth? What? I just came out of seclusion. Earth. Ask the others if they have any way to contact Earth. It's urgent. Hurry. Millennial Feather said seriously. He was very worried that if he continued to talk nonsense, Jiang Chongkong might pull out a godly expert and stew him. Wait, I'll ask. The golden rock didn't hang up. It flapped its wings and emitted starlight. A few minutes later, the rock stopped flapping and the golden light dimmed. Yes, I'll send it to you now. After saying that, the screen lit up with a golden light of star runes. Thank you. Millennial Feather thanked him and hung up. He started to contact Earth. It was faster this time. It only took half an hour to get through. Xue Dingpeng appeared on the screen and saw Jiang Chongkong. Chongkong, you finally came out. Many people are looking for you now. Listen to me first. The people from the East Sea Kingdom and the West Sea Kingdom are here. Jiang Chongkong interrupted him and told him what had happened. 3 killing formations. Xue Dingpeng's expression turned serious. This is very important. We're on our way to the Scorpio race. Just be prepared. I'll wait for an opportunity. Also, the Golden Feather race is on their way. Jiang Chongkong said, Be careful. Wait for us to arrive. I'll send the message to His Majesty and contact you later. Xue Dingpeng hung up after saying this. Jiang Chongkong heaved a sigh of relief. The celestial kingdom of Earth was prepared. There shouldn't be any problems. Millennial Feather took out his spatial equipment. Next, it's time to split the resources. Same rules. Jiang Chongkong asked, Give me some mid-star sages this time. You can have half of the peak ones, Millennial Feather said. I'll give gifts to the juniors. How generous of you to give gifts with mid-star sages. Jiang Chongkong smiled and didn't say anything. The two started to split the resources. The resources were all taken care of. There was a large pile of star crystals and 11th grade ones. Jiang Chongkong counted, minus Millennial Feathers. He only had 2 late-stage star sages. They're really poor, and they're even from the Divine Nation and the Celestial Nation, Jiang Chongkong said in disdain. Among them, more than 100 million came from peak star saints and 2 late-stage star saints. Not bad. This is like robbing an entire territory, Feather said. You're talking about a small territory, right? That Sky Scorpion from before already has half of their territory, said Jiang Chongkong. 1,000 Feather smiled. You can't compare. Scorpio is the overlord here. Everything belongs to them. These people have to hand over 90% of the resources they get. You actually didn't keep any for yourself. At our level, resources are no longer important. What we want is to approach the God realm. Yu Qinyan said with a look of longing, If I could step into the God level, what would this bit of resources amount to? Jiang Changkong said no more. The two of them stepped out of the battleship and went to help the Abyss Dragon. Jiang Changkong and Yu Qianyan attacked at the same time before the Nether Dragons were completely annihilated. News of what happened here could not be leaked out. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die, as well as the people from the immortal nation of Earth. After wiping out all the living beings, the Abyss Dragon absorbed the corpses and entered the battleship to train in isolation. Jiang Changkong and Millennium Feather waited in the cockpit. Before long, Xue Dingpeng contacted them and asked about the situation. He told Jiang Changkong to be careful, and if possible, it was best not to show himself. Currently, many true gods were looking for him, and some powers were also trying to find out about him. The reason was that Hua Tianrui had left a trace of her aura, which shocked all the true gods. After hanging up, the Golden Rock race called again. A golden rock stared at Jiang Changkong with sharp eyes. "You are Jiang Changkong? It seems that I attract attention wherever I go." Jiang Changkong smiled and cupped his hands. Jiang Changkong greets the Golden Feather races, near God. The Golden Rock nodded slightly. "I contacted you to ask you, how is your relationship with Hua Tianrui? I only obtained a trace of an incomplete inheritance. If we are related, I would say that she is my enemy," Jiang Changkong said. "Enemy?" The Golden Rock was shocked. "She is helping you?" "I once swallowed a part of her soul to obtain an incomplete killing formation." Jiang Changkong explained, "I don't know why she is helping me." The Golden Rock pondered. "Maybe she is not helping you, but using you to lure us near God's out." "Lure you out?" Jiang Changkong was puzzled. "Using me as bait? Isn't this a joke? What value do I have to attract you near gods?" Could it be that the two near gods told Hua Tianrui that he also had the 3 great combat bodies? Then Hua Tianrui spread the news? While Jiang Changkong was lost in his thoughts, the Golden Rock said again, "Of course you don't, but Hua Tianrui does. She left a trace of the aura of an immortal spirit in her place." "The aura of an immortal spirit?" Jiang Changkong was shocked. Qianyan Yu was also shocked. Has Hua Tianrui become an immortal? In the current starry sky, no one can become an immortal unless they cultivate the supreme combat body. Hua Tianrui must have an immortal spirit treasure with her. She deliberately lured us out. The Golden Rock sneered. "It's good that you know this. Don't fall for some people's tricks. Okay, that's all." The call was hung up. Jiang Changkong and Qianyan Yu looked at each other. They did not understand what Hua Tianrui was trying to do. She had an immortal spirit treasure. Instead of hiding, she jumped out and leaked a trace of her aura. "Don't worry. Your safety is not a problem. No one will dare to kill you before we find Hua Tianrui," Qianyan Yu said. This was related to the opportunity of an immortal spirit treasure. No near god would kill him and cut off this line. Jiang Changkong sneered. "There is another possibility. They want to catch me and force Hua Tianrui to show up. That woman is not a good person." Qianyan Yu's mouth twitched. Only Jiang Changkong dared to scold an ancient near god like this. "Wait, after this, I can return to the Golden Feather Clan." Qianyan Yu said expectantly. Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes and sent a message with the battleship. The construction of the formation here had to be reported to the higher-ups every once in a while. Time passed. The Earth's fleet finally arrived. Jiang Changkong also started the battleship and left the planet. He had already reported to the higher-ups that the formation had been completed. They had to leave to avoid being killed by the formation. Of course, the formation here had been destroyed. It was just for show. Plus, he had another purpose. "Where are you flying to?" Qianyan Yu's expression changed. "Aren't we going to meet the Earth's fleet?" "I think it's better to raid their backyard. Don't you want to intercept the scorpions?" Then you can meet up with the Golden Feather Clan, Jiang Chongkong said. But according to the information you got from the Soul Search, they have 3 star saints. Qianyin, you frowned. I may not be able to protect you. Don't I have a battleship? I just need to hold on until the Golden Feather Clan arrives. Chapter 4:24. Because it was the East Sea Kingdom's warship, there was no one to stop them. The Golden Feather Race was almost there. Jiang Chongkong's warship and Yu Qianyin were enough to stop them. Most importantly, the Scorpio race's resources were all in the hands of an old scorpion. They took all the resources and retreated. As long as they looted the place, they would be rich. Although this was a little crazy, it was not impossible. You still have the scorpion venom. With your disguise, we can kill one of them. Jiang Chongkong piloted the warship. Plus, this warship belongs to the East Sea Kingdom. They won't think it's us. Yu Qianyin thought for a moment and didn't say anything more. The warship left the area in the blink of an eye. The Star Saint warship was slower than Yu Qianyin at full speed, but it was still fast. Unparalleled, 24th, requesting contact. An electronic voice sounded. Permission granted. With a shake of his body, Jiang Chongkong transformed back into the pilot from before. Yu Qianyin also became a white-haired man, his aura restrained. A screen appeared. A white-haired middle-aged man said solemnly, Unparalleled 25th, where are you going? I found traces of a golden rock. I'm chasing it, but I don't see any humans. Yu Qianyin replied. We'll come right away. The white-haired man was excited. Yu Qianyin said in a low voice, No, we're strong enough to take down the golden rock, but there are no humans. I suspect they're luring us away. I was about to inform you. Pay attention. Yes, we do need to pay attention. Be careful. Report immediately if anything happens, the white-haired man said. Yes, sir. Yu Qianyin answered respectfully and hung up. Pretty good acting. Jiang Chongkong smiled. How so? I'm sweating. If we get exposed, we'll be doomed, Yu Qianyin said grumpily. We'll be exposed if we don't connect. It's different now. Even the eyes of fire and gold can't see through the screen. How can we be exposed? Jiang Chongkong sneered and sped up again. Fortune comes from danger. If we succeed, where can't we go? Now he had already perfected 4 types of martial arts, and he still had more than 200 million essence, energy, and spirit that he hadn't used yet. He was only 3 doors away from becoming a Star Saint. As long as he could obtain these resources, even if he couldn't become a Star Saint, it would still be close. Even a peak star saint might not be able to keep him here if the demigods didn't make a move. The peerless battleship cut through the starry sky like a comet. 3 days later, a huge warship appeared in sight. How much longer until the Golden Feather Race arrives? Jiang Chongkong asked. 1 day at most. 1,000-Year Feather's expression was a little excited. We've already caught up. Should we attack now or what? Let me make this clear first. I need a lot of resources. Jiang Chongkong said again. The battleship in front belongs to the Golden Feather Race, and the peak level 11 resources belong to the Golden Feather Race. When the time comes, the Golden Feather Race will sign a friendly contract with Earth under your witness. Yu Qianyin said solemnly, Right now, Earth was very powerful and had a few near gods overseeing things, while the Golden Feather Race only had one. No problem. I've already mentioned this to Earth. Jiang Chongkong smiled. But you have to be fast. Don't delay until the Celestial Kingdom army arrives. Otherwise, I'll be betraying my interests. Once Earth's expeditionary force arrived, it would be hard to say whether they would give the battleship or not. Thank you, Yu Qianyin said. Jiang Chongkong heaved a sigh of relief. He really didn't want the Golden Feather Race to start a war with Earth. If the near gods didn't make a move, Earth could win, but they would definitely suffer heavy losses. The Golden Rock Race had more Star Saints and battleships than Earth. It was only because they had recently taken in other cosmic forces that they had become much stronger and were able to suppress the Golden Feather Race. The alliance of the two forces was a strong alliance. The battleship in front discovered them, and the communication sound came again. A golden-haired youth with a serious expression said, "Peerless number 25, why are you here? Something big has happened. Please come over. As for that human, don't bring anyone else. Too many people will make a mess." Yu Qinyin turned back into a white-haired man and said seriously, "I understand." The golden-haired youth nodded, hung up, and left the battleship. "That's settled." Yu Qinyin smiled. "Settled my ass. 2 peak star saints have come," Jiang Changkong said coldly. Yu Qinyin's gaze froze. There really were 2 peak star saints flying over. "I'll go greet them. Be more precise with your attacks. Don't hurt me." "Don't worry," Jiang Changkong said confidently. The 100 years of piloting experience he had obtained from soul-searching was not fake. Yu Qinyin left the battleship and went to greet them. 2 peak star saints, one with golden hair and the other with black hair. Although the two were curious why Yu Qinyin had come out, they didn't think too much about it. "Where is that human now? Let's go and suppress him together," the golden-haired youth asked hurriedly. "He has a peak star, Saint Golden Rock with him. We chased after the Golden Rock, but it suddenly disappeared when we got here." Yu Qinyin's expression was solemn. "I don't know if you noticed anything special nearby. No, that Golden Rock is a peak star saint. It must be hiding." The black-haired youth's expression was indifferent as he looked around. "What's over there?" Yu Qinyin suddenly pointed in a direction. "There, swoosh!" The black scorpion tail pierced through the golden-haired youth's body. The black poison spread rapidly. The two's expressions changed at the same time. Boom! A dazzling starlight beam with the patterns of the Great Path roared out from the battleship and hit the black-haired youth. Boom! Caught off guard, the black-haired youth was drowned by the light beam of the Great Path. Yu Qinyin turned into a golden rock. He flapped his wings and flew high to avoid the light beam of the Great Path. He said viciously, "I am that golden rock." Then thousands of golden lights flew out and turned into endless murderous intent, drowning the poisoned youth. Boom! Another light beam of the Great Path flew out. This time its target was the battleship in front of them. The battleship in front of them couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly by the light beam of the Great Path. Starlight of all colors intertwined and the aura of the Great Path filled the air. The starlight battleship exploded, leaving a hole. "Damn it! How dare you steal a battleship?" A black-haired youth roared and turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. He held a giant golden sword and slashed down. "Kill!" Jiang Changkong activated the light beam of the Great Path again. He roared and rushed out of the battleship, attacking the black-haired youth. Dazzling starlight intertwined and the power of the Great Path collided. The battleship was shaking, and the black-haired youth tumbled in the starry sky. His aura was much weaker. Jiang Changkong did not hold back and directly injured him. Screech! The golden rock screamed and grabbed the golden-haired youth with its sharp claws. The terrifying power of the Great Path filled the air and directly tore the youth apart. Facing the sky scorpion's poison and Yu Qinyin's powerful attack, the golden-haired youth could not resist at all. Rumble! A scorpion stepped out of the battleship and turned into a giant sky scorpion the size of a star. It attacked Yu Qinyin. The damaged battleship also turned around, and the light beam of the Great Path was brewing. Chapter 4:25. 2 pillars of light collided in the starry sky, blooming with dazzling starlight. The surrounding dead stars cracked, and the meteorites turned to dust. The black-haired young man roared and charged again with his sword. Jiang Changkong piloted the warship and charged over. Rumble! The warship collided, and barriers lit up to block the giant sword. Crack! Cracks appeared. The impact of the warship cracked the black-haired young man's body. The warship quickly retreated and then charged again. The other warship shook, and the light pillar of the great path roared out. Thousands of golden lights bombarded the light pillar. Thousand-Year Feather pounced on Scorpio and shouted, "Jiang Changkong, that's a warship in your hand, not AF * King Mecha." Thousand-Year Feather was confused. "You're piloting a Top Star Saint battleship. If it's not a Top Star Saint Mecha, can't you fight normally? Who would drive a warship to hit someone?" Jiang Changkong's expression was a little awkward. However, the impact was not bad. The black-haired young man was almost broken. Roar! His body roared, and the power of the great path exploded, bombarding the warship. The warship shook violently and the barrier trembled. He hurriedly pushed the warship away, and the light pillar surged out. Two pillars of light. One rushed toward the young man, and the other toward the broken warship. Thousand-Year Feather faced Scorpio alone. He, who had recovered all his strength, had the upper hand. Rumble! A warship and a black-haired young man were equivalent to two Top Star Saints. If not for the successful sneak attack, Jiang Changkong would not have been able to resist with just the warship. Rumble! The light pillars kept colliding, and the black-haired young man dodged. Jiang Changkong's warship crashed again. Roar! The black-haired young man roared, wanting to curse. Who fought like this? Inside the warship, Nether Dragon flew over. "Brother Kong, is the army of the Earth Celestial Kingdom here?" "No, I'm fighting the Top Star Saint and another warship." Jiang Changkong piloted the warship and rushed into the starry sky. "Sit tight. The 100-Year pilot will take you across the starry sky." Boom! What did you hit? Nether Dragon's expression suddenly changed. "What kind of technology is this?" "I did it on purpose. I bumped into the peak of Star Saint," Jiang Changkong said calmly. The Abyss Dragon was rendered speechless. "No wonder I kept shaking when I was in seclusion. So it was you driving the battleship and ramming people." "Dodge! The warship's attack is coming," the Abyss Dragon screamed. The warship charged straight up, evading the attack of the Great Path Light Pillar. Jiang Changkong said confidently, "Don't worry, I now have 100 years of piloting experience. I think you can go into seclusion and continue to break through to the Star Saint realm." "Forget it. How can I be at ease?" Sitting at the side, the Netherworld Dragon shook his head and said, "Breaking through to the Star Saint realm will take some time." Jiang Changkong didn't say anything else. He dodged the light pillar of the Great Path and continued fighting. The black-haired youth was so angry that he roared again and again. He immediately gulped down a bottle of medicine, and the injuries on his body quickly healed. Jiang Changkong's expression changed, and he directly crashed into it. The black-haired young man shouted coldly, and a vast amount of stellar force blasted out. The other battleships, light pillar of the Great Path, also blasted over. Jiang Changkong's battleship directly sank, and another two light pillars of the Great Path attacked. The battleship directly rushed out, but the youth slashed down with his sword, and the sword light that could split the sky and the earth enveloped the battleship. Jiang Changkong's expression was calm, and the light pillar of the Great Path roared out. Rumble! This time, Jiang Changkong's battleship was indeed sent flying. The youth's aura skyrocketed, and his expression was gloomy. "And your doomsday is here." The youth shouted coldly, and quickly rushed towards the Starry Sky battleship. The other Starry Sky battleship directly shot 4 or 5 light pillars of the Great Path, blasting over. "Brother Kong, I am so desperate." The Netherworld Dragon's gray face had an additional trace of white. Facing such an attack, the peerless battleship might not be able to withstand it. "I believe in the 100-Year pilot." Jiang Changkong's expression was cold, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The attacks of the two sides rapidly approached. The giant sword slashed down, and the light pillar of the great path blasted over. Boom! The battleship shook and starlight bloomed, instantly sinking. Rumble! 4 or 5 light pillars of the great path fell, blasting at the black-haired youth at the same time. The black-haired youth directly exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh. Jiang Changkong's battleship once again shot out 4 or 5 light pillars of the great path, drowning the pieces of flesh. Brother Dragon, now you can rest assured. Jiang Changkong smiled and drove the battleship into the starry sky. The netherworld dragon panted heavily. I suddenly like it more. You drive the battleship and smash him to death. Under the power of the great path, most of the pieces of flesh were destroyed, but there was still life left in the other half. The pieces of flesh were condensing, and Jiang Changkong had no time to attack anymore. The battleship's light pillar of the great path had already caught up. Crisis averted. Jiang Changkong responded with a light pillar of the great path, smiling faintly. The rest is no longer a concern. Even if we delay, we can wait until the Golden Feather clan arrives. The 1,000-year feather pressed down on Scorpio, and with a rumble, Scorpio was already covered in wounds. Although he was also injured, it was not a big impact, and it was only a minor injury. Jiang Changkong shot out a light pillar of the great path, crashing into the black-haired youth that had just condensed. Although I can wait for the Golden Feather clan to arrive, I'll be more comfortable killing them and taking the resources. As Jiang Changkong spoke, the battleship crashed into the black-haired youth again. The black-haired youth roared, but he could not change the fact of his death. The huge battleship flew over, chasing after Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong used the battleship against the black-haired youth, rushing towards a dead star. Rumble! The battleship crashed into the star, directly, rushing into the star's core. This lunatic, the pilot in the battleship behind them, roared. Hurry up and catch up! The 2 late-stage star sages shouted. The pilot said in a low voice, We can't chase. We can't save the Lord. That lunatic wants to touch the star's core. It's just the star's core. It can't hurt our battleship, the 2 late-stage star sages said coldly. The pilot gritted his teeth, but he had no choice but to chase. Actually, they couldn't save the young man even if they chased after him, and there might be other dangers. But since the 2 late-stage star sages said so, they could only follow. Rumble! The 2 battleships rushed into the star's core one after the other. A huge star's core was hidden deep inside, covered with dense patterns and shining with starlight. Rumble! The battleship crashed into the star's core, and the tyrannical power of the great path was triggered. The black-haired youth screamed in pain as the power of the great path filled his body, extinguishing his last bit of life. Brother Kong, run, the battleship is coming. The abyss dragon looked at the corpse with pity. It's a pity that we can't eat it. Brother Dragon, do you think the explosion of the star's core can hurt a peak star sage? Jiang Changkong glanced at the abyss dragon. The battleship roared, and the light beam of the great path shot towards the star's core. The peerless battleship soared into the sky. Rumble! The battleship that had just entered bore the brunt of the attack. The power of the great path exploded, and the star exploded. One of the stars exploded in the starry sky. It was more beautiful than any of the fireworks that had been seen before. However, its power was equally terrifying. It was no weaker than a peak star sage's all-out attack. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. If it was just the star's core, it naturally couldn't hurt a peak star sage's battleship. However, the explosion of the star's core was different. The terrifying star power sent the peerless battleship flying. The other battleship was also tumbling, and the power of the star's explosion continued. After tumbling 5 times, the peerless battleship finally stabilized. Some parts were already deformed and cracked. Jiang Changkong drove the battleship and rushed forward again. That battleship had a hole in it before, and it was in an even worse state now. Boom! Jiang Changkong directly crashed into the battleship and pushed it into the center of the star's explosion. I think you want to play with me to death. The Abyss Dragon screamed. This was completely risking his life. He knew that Jiang Changkong was ruthless, but it was his first time seeing him so ruthless to himself. Chapter 4:26. Jiang Changkong had a crazed look on his face. Don't worry. This is a top-level 11 warship. It can withstand it. I feel that nothing in your hands will be able to withstand your attacks. If you don't finish this thing, are you not going to give up? The Abyss Dragon roared in its heart. It really wanted to tell him that it couldn't withstand it. If you had a divine tool in your hands, you would probably be able to play with it until it was destroyed. Rumble. The star exploded and the warship exploded. You even attacked? The Abyss Dragon felt that its life was over. Not only had Jiang Changkong crashed into it, he had also created 2 light pillars of the Great Path. Rumble. The power of the Great Path collided. Jiang Changkong finally gave up. The peerless warship soared into the sky. Rumble. The terrifying explosion and the boundless shock waves caused the warship to rumble. Many cracks appeared on the warship. Pieces of the warship made of precious materials broke off and floated into the distance. Jiang Changkong didn't seem to notice it. He was still flying on the warship. The Abyss Dragon had already hidden in his clothes, not daring to show its head. The explosions continued. The warship also exploded. The 2 late-stage star sages died inside before they could get out. Crack! The top of his head cracked, and a powerful force poured in. Jiang Changkong quickly retreated with the order and activated his 3 Taoist bodies at the same time. Rumble. The cockpit was completely destroyed. Jiang Changkong was blown away by the huge force and crashed into the wall of the warship. His body cracked. His Taoist body couldn't withstand the force either. Jiang Changkong hurriedly activated his 3 Taoist bodies and gulped down some healing medicine. He took out the level 10 and level 11 medicines and took them all to protect the Abyss Dragon. The waves of force didn't slow down until half an hour later. He could now handle it. Most of the interstellar warship was destroyed. The entire warship was somewhat deformed. Jiang Changkong took the Abyss Dragon and left through the crack on the warship. The warship in the distance had completely disintegrated. The stars had completely dissipated, turning into endless starlight. Looking at the warship under his feet, Jiang Changkong murmured, "This isn't too bad, is it?" The Abyss Dragon was rendered speechless. If you felt that a warship that couldn't be driven and was completely deformed wasn't too bad, then it wasn't too bad. Come, let's go treasure hunting. Their resources shouldn't have all disappeared. Jiang Changkong brought the Abyss Dragon to the dismembered battleship. With the warship acting as a buffer, these people's spatial equipment should not have been completely destroyed. However, this battleship was at the center of the explosion, so he couldn't guarantee how much was left. A man and a dragon arrived at the wreckage of the battleship. There were some charred corpses wearing damaged mechas. There were also some that were just a pile of minced meat. Jiang Changkong and the Abyss Dragon found some spatial equipment covered in cracks. Quite a number of resources inside had been destroyed, but fortunately there was still some left. On the other hand, the black-haired youth's spatial equipment only had a crack, and the resources inside were still intact. The star crystals piled up into several mountains, and there were even some spiritual reserves. He put them all away. The time was almost up. Old Scorpion wanted to run, but Thousand Feather chased after him. Screech! A bird cry resounded throughout the starry sky. Large amounts of golden light lit up, vast and majestic like a curtain in the sky. The Golden Feather Race had come. The sky scorpion of the Star Saint Peak had also turned into a corpse, caught by a golden rock. The golden rock spread its wings like a giant star. Over 100 golden rocks, all star saints. This is the super race of the starry sky. The abyss dragon was shocked. Over 100 golden rocks were like 100 stars. There were only a few dozen star saints on Earth. Thousand Feather flew over first, transforming into human form. His expression was extremely ugly. "Where's my battleship?" "Look, there's still more than half of it intact." "This peerless 25, I'll give it to you," Jiang Changkong said seriously. Thousand Feather wanted to curse. "You've ruined the battleship. How can you do that? You should be glad that we're still alive." The abyss dragon lay on Jiang Changkong's body. "I don't want to do it a second time unless I become a god." Jiang Changkong curled his lips. "If you become a god, you can explode a dozen stars with one punch. I'd still dare to rush in. How do I know you, you scoundrel?" Thousand Feather sighed. "Come, follow me to deal with the rest. We'll meet up with your celestial nation. Let's go and distribute the resources," Jiang Changkong said with a smile. Thousand Feather still took the battleship, including the broken battleship. These materials were still very precious. With a bit more, he should be able to build a Peak Star Saint battleship. After distributing the resources according to the previous distribution, Jiang Changkong looked back and found all kinds of creatures following behind the golden rocks. Some were ox-like creatures, some were green birds, and many were pythons. Without exception, they were all star saints. "How many star saints did your golden feather race send?" Jiang Changkong's mouth twitched. "We brought all that we could. They're all our allies. There are 387 star saints in total, including me. 65 are peak star saints," Thousand Feathers said proudly. He paused and then smiled. "Of course, we can't compare to your celestial nation on Earth. You've sent so many star saints. There must be close to 1,000, right?" Jiang Changkong, underworld dragon, he was bragging before. Did you believe it? Jiang Changkong's mouth kept twitching. He'd been bragging about how powerful the celestial nation on Earth was. Plus, he'd called out 2 star saints, which had completely stunned Thousand Feather. But Earth really didn't have that many star saints. There were only a few dozen on Earth, including the recently subdued ones. There were only 100. Only then did Jiang Changkong realize that he'd been too arrogant. The alliance of the Golden Feather Race could beat the celestial nation on Earth. Ahem, of course. Our celestial nation is at least one slap away. Jiang Changkong stretched out 5 fingers and said proudly, "As for the Star Saints, because they have to guard their homeland, only 100 or so have come. After all, they've just entered the universe and don't know much. Earth is so powerful," the other golden rocks and star saints said in shock. They just sent out 100 star saints, which was more than their entire race combined. Plus, they had 5 star saints. Of course, I have 3 star saints marks on me. 3 star saints marks appeared between Jiang Changkong's eyebrows, giving off a mysterious aura. I knew one before, but I had too many marks on me and couldn't be bothered to take them. With that, all the star sages of the various races were stunned. There were probably 5 of them. Jiang Changkong had mentioned 4. What about the others? Is the one who didn't leave a mark Hua Tianruwei? A golden rock the size of a palm landed on Thousand Feathers' back. "Patriarch," Thousand Feathers said respectfully. "Greetings, near god of the Golden Feather Race." Jiang Changkong cupped his hands and said, "It's not Hua Tianruwei. It's the Mermaid King of the 13 Sea Kings of the East Sea." "The 13 Sea Kings? She's still alive?" The golden rock was shocked and excited. "Where is she now?" Jiang Changkong said, "Probably still sleeping in my hometown. She likes to sleep, so I didn't want to disturb her." "Probably?" The golden rock was confused. "Yes, I went to see her. She said she would fulfill a wish of mine. I want the inheritance of the Yellow Spring bloodline." Jiang Changkong pointed at the abyss dragon. The 13 Sea Kings had a good relationship with the Yellow Spring bloodline. They had the inheritance. The golden rock looked at the abyss dragon and sighed. Unfortunately, so many years have passed. There's no news of the yellow spring bloodline.